Book 6, Chapter 3 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 6, How Jean Pierre Met the Scarlet Pimpernel, as told by himself. Chapter 3. Less than half an hour later, Monsieur Citizen Laporte, one of the most skilful doctors in France, and one of the most bloodthirsty tyrants this execrable revolution has known, was sitting at the bedside of M. le Vicomte de Mortaine, using all the skill, all the knowledge he possessed, in order to combat the dread disease of which the child was dying, ere he came to save him, as he cynically remarked in my hearing, for the guillotine. I heard afterwards how it all came about. Laporte, it seems, was in the habit of seeing patients in his own house, every evening after he had settled all his business for the day. What a strange contradiction in the human heart, eh, monsieur? The tiger turned lamb for the space of 1 hour in every 24. The butcher turned healer. How well the English milor had gauged the strange personality of that redoubtable man. Professional pride, interest in intricate cases, call it what you will, was the only redeeming feature in Laporte's abominable character. Everything else in him, every thought, every action, was ignoble, cruel, and vengeful. Milor that night mingled with the crowds who waited on the human hyena to be cured of their hurts. It was a motley crowd that filled the dreaded proconsul's antechamber. Men, women, and children, all of them too preoccupied with their own troubles to bestow more than a cursory glance on the stranger who, wrapped in a dark mantle, quietly awaited his turn. One or two muttered curses were flung at the aristo, one or two spat in his direction to express hatred and contempt. Then the door which gave on the inner chamber would be flung open, a number called, one patient would walk out, another walk in, and in the ever recurring incident the stranger for the nonce was forgotten. His turn came, his number being called. It was the last on the list, and the antechamber was now quite empty save for him. He walked into the presence of the proconsul. Claude Lemoine, who was on guard in the room at the time, told me that just for the space of 2 seconds the two men looked on one another. Then the stranger threw back his head and said quietly: "There's a child dying of pleurisy, or worse, in an attic in the Rue des Pipots. There's not a doctor left in Lyons to attend on him, and the child will die for want of medical skill. Will you come to him, citizen doctor?" It seems that for a moment or two Laporte hesitated. "You look to me uncommonly like an aristo and therefore a traitor," he said, "and I've half a mind—" "To call in your guard and order my immediate arrest," broke in milor with a whimsical smile. "But in that case a citizen of France will die for want of a doctor's care. Let me take you to the child's bedside, citizen doctor, and you can always have me arrested afterwards." But Laporte still hesitated. "How do I know that you are not one of those English spies?" he began. "Take it that I am," rejoined milor imperturbably, "and come and see the patient." Never had a situation been carried off with so bold a hand. Claude Lemoine declared that Laporte's mouth literally opened for the call which would have summoned the sergeant of the guard into the room and ordered the summary arrest of this impudent stranger. During the veriest fraction of a second life and death hung in the balance for the gallant English milor. In the heart of Laporte every evil passion fought the one noble fibre within him. But the instinct of the skilful healer won the battle, and the next moment he hastily collected what medicaments and appliances he might require, and the two men were soon speeding along the streets in the direction of the Rue des Pipots. During the whole of that night milor and Laporte sat together by the bedside of M. le Vicomte. Laporte only went out once in order to fetch what further medicaments he required. Madame la Marquise took the opportunity of running out of her hiding place in order to catch a glimpse of her child. I saw her take milor's hand and press it against her heart in silent gratitude. On her knees she begged him to go away and leave her and the boy to their fate. Was it likely that he would go? But she was so insistent that at last he said: "Madame, let me assure you that even if I were prepared to play the coward's part which you would assign to me, it is not in my power to do so at this moment. Citizen Laporte came to this house under the escort of 6 picked men of his guard. He has left those men stationed on the landing outside this door." Madame la Marquise gave a cry of terror, and once more that pathetic look of horror came into her face. Milor took her hand and then pointed to the sick child. "Madame," he said, "M. le Vicomte is already slightly better. Thanks to medical skill and the child's vigorous hold on life, he will live. The rest is in the hands of God." Already the heavy footsteps of Laporte were heard upon the creaking stairs. Madame la Marquise was forced to return to her hiding place. Soon after dawn he went. M. le Vicomte was then visibly easier. Laporte had all along paid no heed to me, but I noticed that once or twice during his long vigil by the sick bed, his dark eyes beneath their overhanging brows shot a quick, suspicious look at the door behind which cowered Madame la Marquise. I had absolutely no doubt in my mind then that he knew quite well who his patient was. He gave certain directions to milor. There were certain fresh medicaments to be got during the day. While he spoke there was a sinister glint in his eyes, half cynical, wholly menacing, as he looked into the calm, impassive face of milor. "It is essential for the welfare of the patient that these medicaments be got for him during the day," he said dryly, "and the guard have orders to allow you to pass in and out. But you need have no fear," he added significantly. "I will leave an escort outside the house to accompany you on your way." He gave a mocking, cruel laugh, the meaning of which was unmistakable. His well drilled human bloodhounds would be on the track of the English spy whenever the latter dared to venture out into the streets. Madame la Marquise and I were prisoners for the day. We spent it in watching alternately beside M. le Vicomte. But milor came and went as freely as if he had not been carrying his precious life in his hands every time that he ventured outside the house. In the evening Laporte returned to see his patient, and again the following morning, and the next evening. M. le Vicomte was making rapid progress toward recovery. The third day, in the morning, Laporte pronounced his patient to be out of danger, but said that he would nevertheless come again to see him at the usual hour in the evening. Directly he had gone, milor went out in order to bring certain delicacies of which the invalid was now allowed to partake. I persuaded Madame to lie down and have a couple of hours' good sleep in the inner attic, while I stayed to watch over the child. To my horror, hardly had I taken up my stand at the foot of the bed when Laporte returned. He muttered something as he entered about having left some important appliance behind, but I was quite convinced that he had been on the watch until milor was out of sight, and then slipped back in order to find me and Madame here alone. He gave a glance at the child and another at the door of the inner attic, then he said in a loud voice: "Yes, another 24 hours and my duties as doctor will cease, and those of patriot will recommence. But Madame la Marquise de Mortaine need no longer be in any anxiety about her son's health, nor will Madame la Guillotine be cheated of a pack of rebels." He laughed and was on the point of turning on his heel, when the door which gave on the smaller attic was opened and Madame la Marquise appeared upon the threshold. Monsieur, I had never seen her look more beautiful than she did now, in her overwhelming grief. Her face was as pale as death, her eyes, large and dilated, were fixed upon the human monster who had found it in his heart to speak such cruel words. Clad in a miserable, threadbare gown, her rich brown hair brought to the top of her head like a crown, she looked more regal than any queen. But proud as she was, Monsieur, she yet knelt at the feet of that wretch. Yes, knelt, and embraced his knees and pleaded in such pitiable accents as would have melted the heart of a stone. She pleaded, monsieur, ah, not for herself. She pleaded for her child and for me, her faithful servant, and she pleaded for the gallant gentleman who had risked his life for the sake of the child, who was nothing to him. "Take me," she said. "I come of a race that have always known how to die. But what harm has that innocent child done in this world? What harm has poor old Jean Pierre done? And oh! is the world so full of brave and noble men that the bravest of them all be so unjustly sent to death? Ah, monsieur, any man, save one of those abject products of that hideous revolution, would have listened to such heartrending accents, but this man only laughed, and turned on his heel without a word. Shall I ever forget the day that went by? Madame la Marquise was well nigh prostrate with terror, and it was heartrending to watch the noble efforts which she made to amuse M. le Vicomte. The only gleams of sunshine which came to us out of our darkness were the brief appearances of milor. Outside we could hear the measured tramp of the guard that had been set there to keep us close prisoners. They were relieved every 6 hours, and in fact we were as much under arrest as if we were already incarcerated in one of the prisons of Lyons. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon milor came back to us, after a brief absence. He stayed for a little while playing with M. le Vicomte. Just before leaving he took Madame's hand and said very earnestly, and sinking his voice to the merest whisper: "To night, fear nothing. Be ready for anything. Remember that the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel have never failed to succour, and that I hereby pledge you mine honour that you and those you care for will be out of Lyons this night." He was gone, leaving us to marvel at his strange words. Madame la Marquise after that was just like a person in a dream. She hardly spoke to me, and the only sound that passed her lips was a quaint little lullaby which she sang to M. le Vicomte ere he dropped off to sleep. The hours went by leaden footed. At every sound on the stairs Madame started like a frightened bird. That infamous Laporte usually paid his visits at about 8 o'clock in the evening, and after it became quite dark Madame sat at the tiny window, and I felt that she was counting the minutes which still lay between her and the dreaded presence of that awful man. At a quarter before 8 o'clock we heard the usual heavy footfall on the stairs. Madame started up as if she had been struck. She ran to the bed almost like one demented, and wrapping the one poor blanket round M. le Vicomte, she seized him in her arms. Outside we could hear Laporte's raucous voice speaking to the guard. His usual query, "Is all well?" and was answered with the brief, "All well, citizen." Then he asked if the English spy were within. The sentinel replied: "No, citizen. He went out at about 5 o'clock and has not come back since." "Not come back since 5 o'clock?" said Laporte with a loud curse. "Pardi! I trust that that fool Caudy has not allowed him to escape." "I saw Caudy about an hour ago, citizen," said the man. "Did he say anything about the Englishman, then?" It seemed to us, who were listening to this conversation with bated breath, that the man hesitated a moment ere he replied. Then he spoke with obvious nervousness. "As a matter of fact, citizen," he said, "Caudy thought then that the Englishman was inside the house, whilst I was equally sure that I had seen him go downstairs an hour before." "A thousand devils!" cried Laporte with a savage oath. "If I find that you, citizen sergeant, or Caudy have blundered, there will be trouble for you." To the accompaniment of a great deal more swearing he suddenly kicked open the door of the attic with his boot, and then came to a standstill on the threshold with his hands in the pocket of his breeches and his legs planted wide apart, face to face with Madame la Marquise, who confronted him now, herself like a veritable tigress who is defending her young. He gave a loud mocking laugh. "Ah, the aristos!" he cried. "Waiting for that cursed Englishman, what? To drag you and your brat out of the claws of the human tiger. Not so, my fine ci devant Marquise. The brat is no longer sick. He is well enough anyhow, to breathe the air of the prisons of Lyons for a few days, pending a final rest in the arms of Madame la Guillotine. "Citizen Sergeant," he called over his shoulder, "escort these aristos to my carriage downstairs. When the Englishman returns, tell him he will find his friends under the tender care of Dr. Laporte. And avaunt, little mother," he added, as he gripped Madame la Marquise tightly by the arm. "And you, old scarecrow," he concluded, speaking to me over his shoulder, "follow the citizen sergeant, or " Madame la Marquise made no resistance. As I told you, she had been, since dusk, like a person in a dream. So what could I do but follow her noble example? Indeed, I was too dazed to do otherwise. We all went stumbling down the dark rickety staircase, Laporte leading the way with Madame la Marquise, who had M. le Vicomte tightly clasped in her arms. I followed with the sergeant, whose hand was on my shoulder. I believe that two soldiers walked behind, but of that I cannot be sure. At the bottom of the stairs, through the open door of the house, I caught sight of the vague outline of a large barouche, the lanterns of which threw a feeble light upon the cruppers of the two horses and of a couple of men sitting on the box. Madame la Marquise stepped quietly into the carriage. Laporte followed her, and I was bundled in his wake by the rough hands of the soldiery. Just before the order was given to start, Laporte put his head out of the window and shouted to the sergeant: "When you see Caudy, tell him to report himself to me at once. I will be back here in half an hour. Keep strict guard as before until then, citizen sergeant." The next moment the coachman cracked his whip, Laporte called loudly: "En avant!" and the heavy barouche went rattling along the ill paved streets. Inside the carriage all was silence. I could hear Madame la Marquise softly whispering to M. le Vicomte, and I marvelled how wondrously calm, nay, cheerful she could be. Then suddenly I heard a sound of which truth did make my heart stop its beating. It was a quaint and prolonged laugh which I once thought I would never hear again on this earth. It came from the corner of the barouche next to where Madame la Marquise was so tenderly and gaily crooning to her child, and a kindly voice said merrily: "In half an hour we shall be outside Lyons. To morrow we'll be across the Swiss frontier. You've cheated that old tiger after all. What say you, Madame la Marquise?" It was milor's voice, and he was as merry as a schoolboy. "I told you, old Jean Pierre," he added, as he placed that firm hand which I loved so well upon my knee, "I told you that those confounded murderers would not get me this time." And to think that I did not know him as he stood less than a quarter of an hour ago upon the threshold of our attic in the hideous disguise of that abominable Laporte. He had spent 2 days in collecting old clothes that resembled those of that infamous wretch, and in taking possession of one of the derelict rooms in the house in the Rue des Pipots. Then, while we were expecting every moment that Laporte would order our arrest, milor assumed the personality of that monster, hoodwinked the sergeant on the dark staircase, and by that wonderfully audacious coup, saved Madame la Marquise, M. le Vicomte, and my humble self from the guillotine. Money, of which he had plenty, secured us immunity on the way, and we were safely over the Swiss frontier, leaving Laporte to eat out his tigerish heart with baffled rage. End of chapter 3 and end of book 6. How Jean Pierre met the Scarlet Pimpernel, as told by himself.
Book 7 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Case. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 7, Out of the Jaws of Death. Being a fragment from the diary of Valentine Lemercier, in the possession of her great-granddaughter. We were such a happy family before this terrible revolution broke out. We lived rather simply, but very comfortably, in our dear old home just on the borders of the forest of Compiègne. Jean and Andre were the twins. Just 15 years old they were when King Louis was deposed from the throne of France, which God had given him, and sent to prison like a common criminal. And our beautiful Queen Marie Antoinette, and the royal children, and Madame Elizabeth, who was so beloved by the poor. Ah, that seems very, very long ago now. No doubt you know better than I do all that happened in our beautiful land of France, and in lovely Paris about that time. Goods and property confiscated, innocent men, women, and children condemned to death for acts of treason which they had never committed. It was in August last year that they came to Montrepos and arrested papa and mamma and us 4 young ones and dragged us to Paris, where we are imprisoned in a narrow and horribly dank vault in the Abbaye, where all day and night through the humid stone walls we heard cries and sobs and moans from poor people, who no doubt were suffering the same sorrows and the same indignities as we were. I had just passed my 19th birthday, and Marguerite was only 13. Maman was a perfect angel during that terrible time. She kept up our courage and our faith in God in a way that no one else could have done. Every night and morning we knelt round her knee, and papa sat close beside her, and we prayed to God for deliverance from our afflictions, and for the poor people who were crying and moaning all the day. But of what went on outside our prison walls we had not an idea, though sometimes poor papa would brave the warders' brutalities and ask him questions of what was happening in Paris every day. "They are hanging all of the aristos to the street lamps of the city," the man would reply with a cruel laugh, "and it will be your turn next." We had been in prison for about a fortnight, when one day, oh, shall I ever forget it, we heard in the distance a noise like the rumbling of thunder. Nearer and nearer it came, and soon the sound became less confused. Cries and shrieks could be heard above that rumbling din. But so weird and menacing did those cries seem that instinctively, though none of us knew what it meant, we all felt a nameless terror grip our hearts. Oh, I am not going to attempt the awful task of describing to you all the horrors of that never-to-be-forgotten day. People, who today cannot speak without a shudder of the September massacres, have not the remotest conception of what really happened on that awful second day of that month. We are all at peace and happy now, but whenever my thoughts fly back to that morning, whenever the ears of memory recall those hideous yells of fury and of hate, coupled with the equally horrible cries for pity, which pierced through the walls behind which the 6 of us were crouching, trembling and praying, whenever I think of it all, my heart still beats violently with that same nameless dread which held it in its deathly grip then. Hundreds of men, women, and children were massacred in the prisons of that day. It was a Saint Bartholomew, even more hideous than the last. Maman was trying in vain to keep our thoughts fixed upon God. Papa sat on the stone bench, his elbows resting on his knees, his head buried in his hands. But Maman was kneeling on the floor, with her dear arms encircling us all, and her trembling lips moving in continuous prayer. We felt that we were facing death, and what a death, oh my God! Suddenly, the small grated window, high up in the dank wall, became obscured. I was the first to look up, but the cry of terror which rose from my heart was choked ere it reached my throat. Jean and Andre looked up too, and they shrieked, and so did Marguerite, and papa jumped up and ran to us, and stood suddenly between us and the window, like a tiger defending its young. But we were all of us quite silent now. The children did not even cry. They stared, wide-eyed, paralyzed with fear. Only Maman continued to pray, and we could hear papa's rapid and stertorous breathing as he watched what was going on at that window above. Heavy blows were falling against the masonry round the grating, and we could hear the nerve-wracking sound of a file working on the iron bars. And further away, below the window, those awful yells of human beings transformed by hate and fury into savage beasts. How long this horrible suspense lasted I cannot now tell you. The next thing I remember clearly is a number of men in horrible ragged clothing pouring into our vault-like prison from the window above. The next moment they rushed at us simultaneously, or so it seemed to me, for I was just then recommending my soul to God, so certain was I that in that same second I would cease to live. It was all like a dream, for instead of the horrible shriek of satisfied hate which we were all expecting to hear, a whispering voice, commanding and low, struck our ears and dragged us, as it were, from out of the abyss of despair into the sudden light of hope. "If you will trust us," the voice whispered, "and not be afraid, you will be safely out of Paris within an hour." Papa was the first to realize what was happening. He had never lost his presence of mind, even during the darkest moment of this terrible time, and he said quite calmly and steadily, "What must we do?" "Persuade the little ones not to be afraid, not to cry, to be as still and silent as may be," continued the voice, which I felt must be that of one of God's own angels, so exquisitely kind did it sound to my ear. "They will be quiet and still without persuasion," said Papa. "Eh, children?" And André, Jean, and Marguerite murmured, "Yes," while Mamma and I drew them closer to us and said everything we could think of to make them still more brave. And the whispering, commanding voice went on after a while. "Now will you allow yourselves to be muffled and bound, and, after that, will you swear that whatever happens, whatever you may see and hear, you will neither move nor speak? Not only your own lives, but those of many brave men will depend upon your fulfillment of this oath." Papa made no reply, save to raise his hand and eyes up to where God surely was watching over us all. Maman said in her gentle, even voice, "For myself and my children, I swear to do all that you tell us." A great feeling of confidence had entered into her heart, just as it had done into mine. We looked at one another, and knew that we were both thinking of the same thing. We were thinking of the brave Englishman and his gallant little band of heroes, about whom we had heard many wonderful tales, how they had rescued a number of innocent people who were unjustly threatened with the guillotine. And we all knew that the tall figure, disguised in horrible rags, who spoke to us with such gentle yet commanding voice, was the man whom rumor credited with supernatural powers, and who was known by this mysterious name of the Scarlet Pimpernel. Hardly had we sworn to do his bidding than his friends most unceremoniously threw great pieces of sacking over our heads, and then proceeded to tie ropes round our bodies. At least I know that that is what one of them was doing to me, and from one or two whispered words of command which reached my ear, I concluded that Papa and Mamma and the children were being dealt with in the same summary manner. I felt hot and stifled under that rough bit of sacking, but I would not have moved or even sighed for worlds. Strangely enough, as soon as my eyes and ears were shut off from the sounds and sights immediately round me, I once more became conscious of the horrible and awful din which was going on, not only on the other side of our prison walls, but inside the whole of the Abbaye building and in the street beyond. Once more I heard those terrible howls of rage and of satisfied hatred, uttered by the assassins who were being paid by the government of our beautiful country to butcher helpless prisoners in their hundreds. Suddenly I felt myself hoisted up off my feet and slung up to a pair of shoulders that must have been very powerful indeed, for I am no light weight, and once more I heard the voice, the very sound of which was delight, quite close to my ear this time, giving a brief and comprehensive command, "All ready! Remember your part! En avant!" Then it added in English, "Here, Tony, you start kicking against the door, whilst we begin to shout." I loved those few words of English, and hoped that Mamma had heard them too, for it would confirm her, as it did me, in the happy knowledge that God and a brave man had taken our rescue in hand. But from that moment we might have all been in the very antechamber of hell. I could hear the violent kicks against the heavy door of our prison, and our brave rescuers seemed suddenly to be transformed into a cage full of wild beasts. Their shouts and yells were as horrible as any that came to us from the outside, and I must say that the gentle, firm voice which I had learnt to love was as execrable as any I could hear. Apparently the door would not yield, as the blows against it became more and more violent, and presently, from somewhere above my head, the window presumably, there came a rough call and a raucous laugh. "Why, what in the name of is happening here?" And the voice near me answered back equally roughly, "A quarry of 6, but we are caught in this confounded trap. Get the door open for us, citizen. We want to get rid of this booty and go in search of more." A horrible laugh was the reply from above, and the next instant I heard a terrific crash. The door had at last been burst open, either from within or without, I could not tell which, and suddenly all the din, the cries, the groans, the hideous laughter, and bibulous songs which had sounded muffled up to now, burst upon us with all their hideousness. That was, I think, the most awful moment of that truly fearful hour. I could not have moved then, even had I wished or been able to do so. But I knew that between us all and a horrible, yelling, murdering mob there was now nothing, except the hand of God and the heroism of a band of English gentlemen. Together they gave a cry, as loud, as terrifying, as any that were uttered by the butchering crowd in the building, and with a wild rush they seemed to plunge with us right into the thick of the awful melee. At least, that is what it felt like to me, and afterwards I heard from our gallant rescuer himself that that is exactly what he and his friends did. There were 8 of them altogether, and we 4 young ones had been hoisted on a pair of devoted shoulders, whilst Mamma and Papa were each carried by 2 men. I was lying across the finest pair of shoulders in the world, and close to me was beating the bravest heart on God's earth. Thus burdened, these 8 noble English gentlemen charged right through an army of butchering, howling brutes, they themselves howling with the fiercest of them. All around me I heard weird and terrific cries. "What ho! Citizens! What have you there?" "6 aristos!" shouted my hero boldly as he rushed on, forging his way through the crowd. "What are you doing with them?" yelled a raucous voice. "Food for the starving fish in the river," was the ready response. "Stand aside, citizen," he added, with a round curse. "I have my orders from citizen Danton himself about these 6 aristos. You hinder me at your peril." He was challenged over and over again in the same way, and so were his friends who were carrying Papa and Mamma and the children, but they were always ready with a reply, ready with an invective or a curse, with eyes that could not see. One could imagine them as hideous, as vengeful, as cruel as the rest of the crowd. I think that soon I must have fainted from sheer excitement and terror, for I remember nothing more till I felt myself deposited on a hard floor, propped against the wall, and the stifling piece of sacking taken off my face and head. I looked around me, dazed and bewildered. Gradually the horrors of the past hour came back to me, and I had to close my eyes again, for I felt sick and giddy with the sheer memory of it all. But presently I felt stronger, and looked round me. Jean and Andre were squatting in a corner close by, gazing wide-eyed at the group of men in filthy, ragged clothing, who sat round a deal table in the centre of a small, ill-furnished room. Maman was lying on a horsehair sofa at the other end of the room, with Marguerite beside her, and Papa sat in a low chair by her side, holding her hand. The voice I loved was speaking in its quaint, somewhat drawly cadence. "You are quite safe now, my dear Monsieur le Monsieur," it said. "After Madame and the young people have had a rest, some of my friends will find you suitable disguises, and they will escort you out of Paris, as they have some really genuine passports in their possession, which we obtain from time to time through the agency of a personage highly placed in this murderous government, and with the help of English banknotes. Those passports are not always unchallenged, I must confess," added my hero with a quaint laugh. "But tonight every one is busy murdering in one part of Paris, so the other parts are comparatively safe." Then he turned to one of his friends and spoke to him in English. "You had better see this through, Tony," he said, "with Hastings and Mackenzie. 3 of you will be enough. I shall have need of the others." No one seemed to question his orders. He had spoken, and the others made ready to obey. Just then Papa spoke up. "How are we going to thank you, sir?" he asked, speaking broken English, but with his habitual dignity of manner. "By leaving your welfare in our hands, monsieur," replied our gallant rescuer, quietly. Papa tried to speak again, but the Englishman put up his hand to stop any further talk. "There is no time now, monsieur," he said with gentle courtesy. "I must leave you, as I have much work yet to do." "Where are you going, Blakeney?" asked one of the others. "Back to the Abbaye prison," he said. "There are other women and children to be rescued there." End of Book 7.
Book 8, Chapter 1 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 8, The Traitor, Chapter 1. Not one of them had really trusted him for some time now. Heaven and his conscience alone knew what had changed my Lord Culmsted from a loyal friend and a keen sportsman into a surly and dissatisfied adherent only in name. Some say that lack of money had embittered him. He was a confirmed gambler, and had been losing over heavily of late, and the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel demanded sacrifices of money at times from its members, as well as of life if the need arose. Others averred that jealousy against the chief had outweighed Culmsted's honesty. Certain it is that his oath of fealty to the League had long ago been broken in the spirit. Treachery hovered in the air. But the Scarlet Pimpernel himself, with that indomitable optimism of his, and almost maddening insouciance, either did not believe in Culmsted's disloyalty or chose not to heed it. He even asked him to join the present expedition, one of the most dangerous undertaken by the League for some time, and which had for its object the rescue of some women of the late unfortunate Marie Antoinette's household, maids and faithful servants, ruthlessly condemned to die for their tender adherence to a martyred queen. And yet 18 pairs of faithful lips had murmured words of warning. It was towards the end of November, 1793. The rain was beating down in a monotonous drip, drip, drip on to the roof of a derelict house in the Rue Berthier. The wan light of a cold winter's morning peeked in through the curtainless window and touched with its weird grey brush the pallid face of a young girl, a mere child, who sat in a dejected attitude on a rickety chair, with elbows leaning on the rough deal table before her, and thin, grimy fingers wandering with pathetic futility to her tearful eyes. In the farther angle of the room a tall figure in dark clothes was made one by the still lingering gloom with the dense shadows beyond. "We have starved," said the girl with rebellious tears. "Father and I and the boys are miserable enough, God knows, but we have always been honest." From out the shadows in that dark corner of the room there came the sound of an oath quickly suppressed. "Honest!" exclaimed the man, with a harsh, mocking laugh, which made the girl wince as if with physical pain. "Is it honest to harbour the enemies of your country? Is it honest?" But quickly he checked himself, biting his lips with vexation, feeling that his present tactics were not like to gain the day. He came out of the gloom and approached the girl with every outward sign of eagerness. He knelt on the dusty floor beside her, his arms stole round her meagre shoulders, and his harsh voice was subdued to tones of gentleness. "I was only thinking of your happiness, Yvonne," he said tenderly. "Of poor blind papa and the two boys, to whom you have been such a devoted little mother. My only desire is that you should earn the gratitude of your country by denouncing her most bitter enemy, an act of patriotism which will place you and those for whom you care for ever beyond the reach of sorrow or of want." The voice, the appeal, the look of love, was more than the poor simple girl could resist. Milor was so handsome, so kind, so good. It had all been so strange, these English aristocrats coming here, she knew not whence, and who seemed fugitives even though they had plenty of money to spend. 2 days ago they had sought shelter like malefactors escaped from justice, in this same tumble-down, derelict house, where she, Yvonne, with her blind father and 2 little brothers, crept in of nights, or when the weather was too rough for them all to stand and beg in the streets of Paris. There were 5 of them altogether, and one seemed to be the chief. He was very tall, and had deep blue eyes, and a merry voice that went echoing along the worm-eaten old rafters. But Milor, the one whose arms were encircling her even now, was the handsomest among them all. He had sought Yvonne out on the very first night, when she had crawled shivering to that corner of the room where she usually slept. The English aristocrats had frightened her at first, and she was for flying from the derelict house with her family and seeking shelter elsewhere. But he who appeared to be the chief had quickly reassured her. He seemed so kind and good, and talked so gently to blind papa, and made such merry jests with Francois and Clovy, that she herself could scarce refrain from laughing through the tears. But later on in the night, Milor, her Milor, as she soon got to call him, came and talked so beautifully that she, poor girl, felt as if no music could ever sound quite so sweetly in her ear. That was 2 days ago, and since then Milor had often talked to her in the lonely abandoned house, and Yvonne had felt as if she dwelt in heaven. She still took blind papa and the boys out to beg in the streets, but in the morning she prepared some hot coffee for the English aristocrats, and in the evening she cooked them some broth. Oh, they gave her money lavishly, but she quite understood that they were in hiding, though what they had to fear, being English, she could not understand. And now Milor, her Milor, was telling her that these Englishmen, her friends, were spies and traitors, and that it was her duty to tell citizen Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety all about them and their mysterious doings. And poor Yvonne was greatly puzzled and deeply distressed, because, of course, whatever Milor said, that was the truth, and yet her conscience cried out within her poor little bosom, and the thought of betraying those kind Englishmen was horrible to her. "Yvonne," whispered Milor in that endearing voice of his, which was like the loveliest music in her ear. "My little Yvonne, you do trust me, do you not?" "With all my heart, Milor," she murmured fervently. "Then, would you believe it of me, that I would betray a real friend?" "I believe, Milor, that whatever you do is right and good." A sigh of infinite relief escaped his lips. "Come, that's better," he said, patting her cheek kindly with his hand. "Now listen to me, little one. He who is the chief among us here is the most unscrupulous and daring rascal whom the world has ever known. He it is who is called the Scarlet Pimpernel." "The Scarlet Pimpernel!" murmured Yvonne, her eyes dilated with superstitious awe, for she too had heard of the mysterious Englishman and of his followers, who rescued aristocrats and traitors from the death to which the tribunal of the people had just condemned them, and on whom the mighty hand of the Committee of Public Safety had never yet been able to fall. "This Scarlet Pimpernel," said Milor earnestly after a while, "is also mine own most relentless enemy. With lies and promises he induced me to join him in his work of spying and of treachery, forcing me to do this work against which my whole soul rebels. You can save me from this hated bondage, little one. You may make me free to live again, make me free to love and place my love at your feet." His voice had become exquisitely tender, and his lips, as he whispered the heavenly words, were quite close to her ear. He, a great gentleman, loved the miserable little waif whose kindred consisted of a blind father and two half-starved little brothers, and whose only home was this miserable hovel, whence Milor's graciousness and bounty would soon take her. Do you think that Yvonne's sense of right and wrong, of honesty and treachery, should have been keener than that primeval instinct of a simple-hearted woman to throw herself trustingly into the arms of the man who has succeeded in winning her love? Yvonne, subdued, enchanted, murmured still through her tears, "What would Milor have me to do?" Lord Culmsted rose from his knees satisfied. "Listen to me, Yvonne," he said. "You are acquainted with the Englishman's plans, are you not?" "Of course," she replied simply. "He has had to trust me." "Then you know that at sundown this afternoon I and the three others are to leave for Courbevoie on foot, where we are to obtain what horses we can whilst awaiting the chief." "I did not know whether you and the other three gentlemen were going, Milor," she replied, "but I did know that some of you were to make a start at 4 o'clock, whilst I was to wait here for your leader and prepare some supper against his coming." "And what time did he tell you that he would come?" "He did not say, but he did tell me that when he returns he will have friends with him, a lady and 2 little children. They will be hungry and cold. I believe that they are in great danger now, and that the brave English gentleman means to take them away from this awful Paris to a place of safety." "The brave English gentleman, my dear," retorted Milor, with a sneer, "is bent on some horrible work of spying. The lady and the 2 children are, no doubt, innocent tools in his hands, just as I am, and when he no longer needs them he will deliver them over to the Committee of Public Safety, who will of a surety condemn them to death. That will also be my fate, Yvonne, unless you help me now." "Oh, no, no," she exclaimed fervently. "Tell me what to do, Milor, and I will do it." "At sundown," he said, sinking his voice so low that even she could scarcely hear, When I and the 3 others have started on our way, go straight to the house I spoke to you about in the Rue Dauphine. You know where it is?" "Oh, yes, milor." "You will know the house by its tumble-down portico and the tattered red flag that surmounts it. Once there, push the door open and walk in boldly. Then ask to speak with citizen Robespierre." "Robespierre!" exclaimed the child in terror. "You must not be afraid, Yvonne," he said earnestly. "You must think of me and of what you are doing for me. My word on it, Robespierre will listen to you most kindly." "What shall I tell him?" she murmured. "That a mysterious party of Englishmen are in hiding in this house, that their chief is known among them as the Scarlet Pimpernel. The rest leave to Robespierre's discretion. You see how simple it is." It was indeed very simple, nor did the child recoil any longer from the ugly task which milor with suave speech and tender voice was so ardently seeking to impose on her. A few more words of love, which cost him nothing, a few kisses which cost him still less, since the wench loved him, and since she was young and pretty, and Yvonne was as wax in the hands of the traitor. End of Book 8, Chapter 1. Book 8, Chapter 2 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 8, The Traitor, Chapter 2. Silence reigned in the low raftered room on the ground floor of the house in the Rue Dauphine. Citizen Robespierre, chairman of the Cordeliers Club, the most bloodthirsty, most evolutionary club of France, had just re-entered the room. He walked up to the centre table, and through the close atmosphere, thick with tobacco smoke, he looked round on his assembled friends. "We have got him," he said at last curtly. "Got him? Whom?" came in hoarse cries from every corner of the room. "That Englishman," replied the demagogue. "The Scarlet Pimpernel." A prolonged shout rose in response, a shout not unlike that of a caged herd of hungry wild beasts to whom a succulent morsel of flesh has unexpectedly been thrown. "Where is he? Where did you get him? Alive or dead?" And many more questions such as these were hurled at the speaker from every side. Robespierre, calm, impassive, immaculately neat in his tightly fitting coat, his smart breeches and his lace cravat, waited a while until the din had somewhat subsided. Then he said calmly: "The Scarlet Pimpernel is in hiding in one of the derelict houses in the Rue Berthier." Snarls of derision as vigorous as the former shouts of triumph drowned the rest of his speech. "Bah! How often has that cursed Scarlet Pimpernel been said to be alone in a lonely house? Citizen Chauvelin has had him at his mercy several times in lonely houses." And the speaker, a short, thick-set man, with sparse black hair plastered over a greasy forehead, his shirt open at the neck, revealing a powerful chest, and rough, hairy skin, spat in ostentatious contempt upon the floor. "Therefore we will not boast of his capture yet, citizen Roger," resumed Robespierre imperturbably. "I tell you where the Englishman is. Do you look to it that he does not escape." The heat in the room had become intolerable. From the grimy ceiling an oil lamp, flickering low, threw lurid, ruddy lights on tricolour cockades, on hands that seemed red with blood of innocent victims of lust and hate, and on faces glowing with desire and with anticipated savage triumph. "Who is the informer?" asked Roger at last. "A girl," replied Robespierre curtly. "Yvonne Lebeau, by name. She and her family live by begging. There are a blind father and two boys. They herd together at night in the derelict house in the Rue Berthier. 5 Englishmen have been in hiding there these past few days. One of them is their leader. The girl believes him to be the Scarlet Pimpernel." "Why has she not spoken of this before?" muttered one of the crowd, with some scepticism. "Frightened, I suppose, or the Englishmen paid her to hold her tongue." "Where is the girl now?" "I am sending her straight home, a little ahead of us. Her presence should reassure the Englishmen whilst we make ready to surround the house. In the meanwhile, I have sent special messengers to every gate of Paris, with strict orders to the guard not to allow anyone out of the city until further orders from the Committee of Public Safety. And now," he added, throwing back his head with a gesture of proud challenge, "citizens, which of you will go man-hunting tonight?" This time the strident roar of savage exultation was loud and deep enough to shake the flickering lamp upon its chain. A brief discussion of plans followed, and Roger, he with the broad, hairy chest and that gleam of hatred for ever lurking in his deep-set, shifty eyes, was chosen the leader of the party. 30 determined and well-armed patriots set out against one man, who mayhap had supernatural powers. There would, no doubt, be some aristocrats too, in hiding in the derelict house. The girl Lebeau, it seems, had spoken of a woman and 2 children. Bah! These would not count. It would be 30 to 1, so let the Scarlet Pimpernel look to himself. From the towers of Notre Dame, the big bell struck the hour of 6, and 30 men, ragged shirts and torn breeches, shivering beneath a cold November drizzle, began slowly to wend their way towards the Rue Berthier. They walked on in silence, not heeding the cold or the rain, but with eyes fixed in the direction of their goal, and nostrils quivering in the evening air with the distant scent of blood. End of Book 8, Chapter 2. Book 8, Chapter 3 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 8, The Traitor, Chapter 3. At the top of the Rue Berthier the party halted. On ahead, some 200 metres farther, Yvonne Lebeau's little figure, with her ragged skirt pulled over her head and her bare feet pattering in the mud, was seen crossing one of those intermittent patches of light formed by occasional flickering street lamps, and then was swallowed up once more by the inky blackness beyond. The Rue Berthier is a long, narrow, ill-paved and ill-lighted street, composed of low and irregular houses, which abut on the line of fortifications at the back, and are therefore absolutely inaccessible save from the front. Midway down the street a derelict house rears ghostly debris of roofs and chimney stacks upward to the sky. A tiny square of yellow light, blinking like a giant eye through a curtainless window, pierced the wall of the house. Roger pointed to that light. "That," he said, "is the quarry where our fox has run to earth." No one said anything, but the dank night air seemed suddenly alive with all the passions of hate let loose by 30 beating hearts. The Scarlet Pimpernel, who had tricked them, mocked them, fooled them so often, was there, not 200 metres away, and they were 30 to 1, and all determined and desperate. The darkness was intense. Silently now the party approached the house. Then again they halted, within 60 metres of it. "Hist!" The whisper could scarce be heard, so low was it, like the sighing of the wind through a misty veil. "Who is it?" came in quick challenge from Roger. "I, Yvonne Lebeau." "Is he there?" was the eager whispered query. "Not yet, but he may come at any moment. If he saw a crowd round the house, mayhap he would not come." "He cannot see a crowd. The night is as dark as pitch." "He can see the darkest night," and the girl's voice sank to an awed whisper, "and he can hear through a stone wall." Instinctively Roger shuddered. The superstitious fear which the mysterious personality of the Scarlet Pimpernel evoked in the heart of every terrorist had suddenly seized this man in its grip. Try as he would, he did not feel as valiant as he had done when first he emerged at the head of his party from under the portico of the Cordeliers Club, and it was with none too steady a voice that he ordered the girl roughly back to the house. Then he turned once more to his men. The plan of action had been decided on in the club, under the presidency of Robespierre. It only remained to carry the plans through with success. From the side of the fortifications there was, of course, nothing to fear. In accordance with military regulations, the walls of the houses there rose sheer from the ground, without doors or windows, whilst the broken down parapets and dilapidated roofs towered 40 feet above the ground. The derelict itself was one of a row of houses, some inhabited, others quite abandoned. It was the front of that row of houses, therefore, that had to be kept in view. Marshalled by Roger, the men flattened their meagre bodies against the walls of the houses opposite, and after that there was nothing to do but wait. To wait in the darkness of the night, with a thin, icy rain soaking through ragged shirts and tattered breeches, with bare feet frozen by the mud of the road, to wait in silence while turbulent hearts beat well nigh to bursting, to wait for food whilst hunger gnaws the bowels, to wait for drink whilst the parched tongue cleaves to the roof of the mouth, to wait for revenge whilst the hours roll slowly by and the cries of the darkened city are stilled one by one. Once, when a distant bell told the hour of 10, a loud prolonged laugh, almost impudent in its suggestion of merry insouciance, echoed through the weird silence of the night. Roger felt that the man nearest to him shivered at that sound, and he heard a volley or two of muttered oaths. "The fox seems somewhere near," he whispered. "Come within. We'll wait for him inside his hole." He led the way across the street, some of the men following him. The door of the derelict house had been left on the latch. Roger pushed it open. Silence and gloom here reigned supreme, utter darkness too, save for a narrow streak of light which edged the framework of a door on the right. Not a sound stirred the quietude of this miserable hovel, only the creaking of boards beneath the men's feet as they entered. Roger crossed the passage and opened the door on the right. His friends pressed closely round to him and peeped over his shoulder into the room beyond. A guttering piece of tallow candle, fixed to an old tin pot, stood in the middle of the floor, and its feeble, flickering light only served to accentuate the darkness that lay beyond its range. One or two rickety chairs and a rough deal table showed vaguely in the gloom, and in the far corner of the room there lay a bundle of what looked like heaped up rags, but from which there now emerged the sound of heavy breathing and also a little cry of fear. Yvonne came in feeble, querulous accents from that same bundle of wretchedness. "Are these the English milors came back at last?" "No, no, father," was the quick whispered reply. Roger swore a loud oath, and two puny voices began to whimper piteously. "It strikes me the wench has been fooling us," muttered one of the men savagely. The girl had struggled to her feet. She crouched in the darkness, and two little boys, half naked and shivering, were clinging to her skirts. The rest of the human bundle seemed to consist of an oldish man, with long, gaunt legs and arms blue with the cold. He turned vague, wide open eyes in the direction whence had come the harsh voices. "Are they friends, Yvonne?" he asked anxiously. The girl did her best to reassure him. "Yes, yes, father," she whispered close to his ear, her voice scarce above her breath. "They are good citizens who hope to find the English milor here. They are disappointed that he has not yet come." "Ah, but he will, of a surety," said the old man in that querulous voice of his. "He left his beautiful clothes here this morning, and surely he will come to fetch them." And his long, thin hand pointed towards a distant corner of the room. Roger and his friends, looking to where he was pointing, saw a parcel of clothes, neatly folded, lying on one of the chairs. Like so many wild cats snarling at sight of prey, they threw themselves upon those clothes, tearing them out from one another's hands, turning them over and over as if to force the cloth and satin to yield up the secret that lay within their folds. In the skirmish a scrap of paper fluttered to the ground. Roger seized it with avidity, and, crouching on the floor, smoothed the paper out against his knee. It contained a few hastily scrawled words, and by the feeble light of the fast dying candle Roger spelt them out laboriously. "If the finder of these clothes will take them to the crossroads opposite the footbridge, which leads straight to Courbevoie, and will do so before the clock of Courbevoie church has struck the hour of midnight, he will be rewarded with the sum of 500 francs." "There is something more, citizen Roger," said a raucous voice, close to his ear. "Look, look, citizen, in the bottom corner of the paper. The signature!" "A scrawl done in red," said Roger, trying to decipher it. "It looks like a small flower. That accursed Scarlet Pimpernel!" And even as he spoke, the guttering tallow candle, swaying in its socket, suddenly went out with a loud splutter and a sizzle that echoed through the desolate room like the mocking laugh of ghouls. End of Book 8, Chapter 3. Book 8, Chapter 4 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 8 The Traitor. Chapter 4. Once more the tramp through the dark and deserted streets, with the drizzle, turned now to sleet, beating on thinly clad shoulders. 15 men only on this tramp. The others remained behind to watch the house. 15 men, led by Roger, and with a blind old man, a young girl carrying a bundle of clothes, and 2 half-naked children dragged as camp followers in the rear. Their destination now was the signpost which stands at the crossroads, past the footbridge that leads to Courbevoie. The guard at the Marlotte gate would have stopped the party, but Roger, member of the Committee of Public Safety, armed with his papers and his tricolour scarf, overruled Robespierre's former orders, and the party marched out of the gate. They pressed on in silence, instinctively walking shoulder to shoulder, vaguely longing for the touch of another human hand, the sound of a voice that would not ring weirdly in the mysterious night. There was something terrifying in this absolute silence, in such intense darkness, in this constant wandering towards a goal that seemed forever distant, and in all this weary, fruitless waiting, and these men who lived their life through drunken with blood, deafened by the cries of their victims, satiated with the moans of the helpless and the innocent, hardly dared to look around them, lest they should see ghoulish forms flitting through the gloom. Soon they reached the crossroads, and in the dense blackness of the night the gaunt arms of the signpost pointed ghost-like towards the north. The men hung back, wrapped in the darkness as in a pall, while Roger advanced alone. "Holla, is anyone there?" he called softly. Then, as no reply came, he added more loudly, "Holla, a friend, with some clothes found in the Rue Berthier. Is anyone here? Holla, a friend." But only from the gently murmuring river, far away, the melancholy call of a waterfowl seemed to echo mockingly. A friend! Just then the clock of Courbevoie church struck the midnight hour. "It is too late," whispered the men. They did not swear, nor did they curse their leader. Somehow it seemed as if they had expected all along that the Englishman would evade their vengeance yet again, that he would lure them out into the cold and into the darkness, and then that he would mock them, fool them, and finally disappear into the night. It seemed futile to wait any longer. They were so sure that they had failed again. "Who goes there?" The sound of naked feet and of wooden sabots pattering on the distant footbridge had caused Roger to utter the quick challenge. "Holla, holla, are you there?" was the loud, breathless response. The next moment the darkness became alive with men moving quickly forward, and raucous shouts of "Where are they? Have you got them? Don't let them go!" filled the air. "Got whom? Who are they? What is it?" were the wild counter cries. "The man, the girl, the children, where are they?" "What? Which? The Lebeau family? They are here with us." "Where?" Where indeed? To a call to them from Roger there came no answer, nor did a hasty search result in finding them. The old man, the 2 boys, and the girl carrying the bundle of clothes had vanished into the night. "In the name of, what does this mean?" cried hoarse voices in the crowd. The newcomers, breathless, terrified, shaking with superstitious fear, tried to explain. "The Lebour family, the old man, the girl, the two boys, we discovered after your departure, locked up in the cellar of the house, prisoners." "But then, the others," they gasped. "The girl and the children whom you saw must have been some aristocrats in disguise. The old man who spoke to you was that cursed Englishman, the Scarlet Pimpernel." And as if in mocking confirmation of these words, there suddenly rang, echoing from afar, a long and merry laugh. "The Scarlet Pimpernel!" cried Roger, "in rags and barefooted! At him, citizens! He cannot have got far." "Hush! Listen!" whispered one of the men, suddenly gripping him by the arm. And from the distance, though heaven only knew from what direction, came the sound of horses' hoofs pawing the soft ground. The next moment they were heard galloping away at breakneck speed. The men turned to run in every direction, blindly, aimlessly, in the dark, like bloodhounds that have lost the trail. One man, as he ran, stumbled against a dark mass prone upon the ground. With a curse on his lips, he recovered his balance. "Hold! What is this?" he cried. Some of the comrades gathered round him. No one could see anything, but the dark mass appeared to have human shape, and it was bound round and round with cords. And now feeble moans escaped from obviously human lips. "What is it? Who is it?" asked the men. An Englishman came in weak accents from the ground. "Your name?" "I am called Kulmsted." "Bah! An aristocrat." "No, an enemy of the Scarlet Pimpernel like yourselves. I would have delivered him into your hands, but you let him escape you. As for me, he would have been wiser if he had killed me." They picked him up and undid the cords from round his body, and later on took him with them back into Paris. But there in the darkness of the night, in the mud of the road, and beneath the icy rain, knees were shaking that had long ago forgotten how to bend, and hasty prayers were muttered by lips that were far more accustomed to blaspheme. End of Book 8, Chapter 4.
Book 9, Chapter 1 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 9, The Cabaret de la Liberté. Chapter 1. 8, 12, 4. A loud curse accompanied this last throw, and shouts of ribald laughter greeted it. "No luck, Guidal. Always at the tail end of the cart, eh, citizen? Do not despair yet, good old Guidal. Bad beginnings oft make splendid ends." Then once again the dice rattled in the boxes. Those who stood around pressed closer round the gamesters. Hot, avid faces, covered with sweat and grime, peered eagerly down upon the table. 8 and 11, 19. 12 and 0. By Satan, curse him! Just my luck. 4 and 9, 13. Unlucky number. Now then, once more. I'll back Marie. 10 assignats of the most worthless kind. Who'll take me that Marie gets the wench in the end? This from one of the lookers on, a tall, cadaverous looking creature with sunken eyes and broad, hunched up shoulders, which were perpetually shaken by a dry, rasping cough that proclaimed the ravages of some mortal disease, left him trembling as with ague, and brought beads of perspiration to the roots of his lank hair. A recrudescence of excitement went the round of the spectators. The gamblers sitting round a narrow deal table on which past libations had left marks of sticky rings had scarce room to move their elbows. 19 and 4, 23. You are out of it, Desmonts. Not yet. 12 and 12. There, what did I tell you? Wait, wait. Now, Marie, now. Remember, I have backed you for 10 assignats, which I propose to steal from the nearest Jew this very night. 13 and 12, 25, by all the demons and the ghouls, came with a triumphant shout from the last thrower. Marie has it. Vive Marie, was the unanimous and clamorous response. Marie was evidently the most popular amongst the three gamblers. Now he sprawled upon the bench, leaning his back against the table, and surveyed the assembled company with the air of an Achille having vanquished his Hector. Good luck to you and to your aristo, began his backer lustily. Would no doubt have continued his song of praise had not a violent fit of coughing smothered the words in his throat. The hand which he had raised in order to slap his friend genially on the back now went with a convulsive clutch to his own chest. But his obvious distress did not apparently disturb the equanimity of Marie or arouse even a passing interest in the lookers on. May she have as much money as rumour avers, said one of the men sententiously. Marie gave a careless wave of his grubby hand. More, citizen, more, he said loftily. Only the two losers appeared inclined to scepticism. Bah, one of them said, it was Desmonts. The whole matter of the woman's money may be a tissue of lies. And England is a far cry, added Guidal. But Mary was not likely to be depressed by these dismal croakings. "'Tis simple enough," he said philosophically, "to disparage the goods if you are not able to buy." Then a lusty voice broke in from the far corner of the room. "And now, citizen Marie, 'tis time you remembered that the evening is hot and your friends thirsty." The man who spoke was a short, broad-shouldered creature, with crimson face surrounded by a shock of white hair, like a ripe tomato wrapped in cotton wool. "And let me tell you," he added complacently, "that I have a cask of rum down below which came straight from that accursed country, England, and is said to be the nectar whereon feeds that confounded Scarlet Pimpernel. It gives him the strength, so 'tis said, to intrigue successfully against the representatives of the people." "Then by all means, citizen," concluded Marie's backer, still hoarse and spent after his fit of coughing, "let us have some of your nectar. My friend citizen Marie will need his strength and wits too, I'll warrant, for after he has married the aristo he will have to journey to England to pluck the rich dowry which is said to lie hidden there." "Cast no doubt upon that dowry, citizen Rateau, curse you," broke in Marie, with a spiteful glance directed against his former rivals, "or Guidal and Desmonts will cease to look glum, and half my joy in the aristo will have gone." After which the conversation drifted to general subjects, became hilarious and ribald, while the celebrated rum from England filled the close atmosphere of the narrow room with its heady fumes. End of Book 9, Chapter 1. Book 9, Chapter 2 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 9, The Cabaret de la Liberté. Chapter 2. Open to the street in front, the locality known under the pretentious title of Cabaret de la Liberté was a favoured one among the flotsam and jetsam of the population of this corner of old Paris. Men, and sometimes women, with nothing particular to do, no special means of livelihood save the battening on the countless miseries and sorrows which this revolution, which was to have been so glorious, was bringing in its train. Idlers and loafers, who would crawl desultorily down the few worn and grimy steps which led into the cabaret from the level of the street. There was always good brandy or eau de vie to be had there, and no questions asked. No scares from the Revolutionary Guards, or the secret agents of the Committee of Public Safety, who knew better than to interfere with the citizen host and his dubious clientele. There was also good Rhine wine or rum to be had, smuggled across from England or Germany, and no interference from the spies of some of those countless committees, more autocratic than any ci devant despot. It was, in fact, an ideal place wherein to conduct those shady transactions which are unavoidable corollaries of an unfettered democracy. Projects of burglary, pillage, rapine, even murder, were hatched within this underground burrow, where as soon as evening drew in, a solitary smoky oil lamp alone cast a dim light upon faces that liked to court the darkness, and whence no sound that was not meant for prying ears found its way to the street above. The walls were thick with grime and smoke, the floor mildewed and cracked, dirt vied with squalor to make the place a fitting abode for thieves and cutthroats, for some of those sinister night birds, more vile even than those who shrieked with satisfied lust at the sight of the tumbril with its daily load of unfortunates for the guillotine. On this occasion the project that was being hatched was one of the most abject. The young girl, known by some to be possessed of a fortune, was the stake for which these workers of iniquity gambled across one of mine host's greasy tables. The latest decree of the convention, encouraging, nay, commanding the union of aristocrats with so-called patriots, had fired the imagination of this nest of jailbirds with thoughts of glorious possibilities. Some of them had collected the necessary information, and the report had been encouraging. That self-indulgent aristo, the ci devant banker Amede Vincent, who had expiated his villainies upon the guillotine, was known to have been successful in abstracting the bulk of his ill-gotten wealth and concealing it somewhere, it was not exactly known where, but thought to be in England, out of the reach at any rate of deserving patriots. Some 3 or 4 years ago, before the glorious principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity had made short shrift of all such pestilential aristocrats, the ci devant banker, then a widower with an only daughter, Esther, had journeyed to England. He soon returned to Paris, however, and went on living there with his little girl in comparative retirement, until his many crimes found him out at last, and he was made to suffer the punishment which he so justly deserved. Those crimes consisted for the most part in humiliating the aforesaid deserving patriots with his benevolence, shaming them with many kindnesses and the simplicity of his home life, and above all, in flouting the decrees of the revolutionary government, which made every connection with ci devant churches and priests a penal offence against the security of the state. Amede Vincent was sent to the guillotine, and the representatives of the people confiscated his house and all his property on which they could lay their hands, but they never found the millions which he was supposed to have concealed. Certainly his daughter Esther, a young girl, not yet 19, had not found them either, for after her father's death she went to live in one of the poorer quarters of Paris, alone with an old and faithful servant named Lucien. And while the Committee of Public Safety was deliberating whether it would be worth while to send Esther to the guillotine to follow in her father's footsteps, a certain number of astute jailbirds plotted to obtain possession of her wealth. The wealth existed over in England, of that they were ready to take their oath, and the project which they had formed was as ingenious as it was diabolic. To feign a denunciation, to enact a pretended arrest, to place before the unfortunate girl the alternative of death or marriage with one of the gang, were the chief incidents of this iniquitous project, and it was in the Cabaret de la Liberté that lots were thrown as to which among the herd of miscreants should be the favoured one to play the chief role in the sinister drama. The lot fell to Merri, but the whole gang was to have a share in the putative fortune, even Rateau, the wretched creature with the hacking cough, who looked as if he had one foot in the grave, and shivered as if he were stricken with ague, put in a word now and again to remind his good friend Merri that he, too, was looking forward to his share of the spoils. Merri, however, was inclined to repudiate him altogether. "Why should I share with you?" he said roughly, when a few hours later he and Rateau parted in the streets outside the Cabaret de la Liberté. "Who are you, I would like to know, to try and poke your ugly nose into my affairs. How do I know where you came from, and whether you are not some crapulent spy of one of those pestilential committees?" From which eloquent flow of language we may infer that the friendship between these two worthies was not of very old duration. Rateau would, no doubt, have protested loudly, but the fresh outer air had evidently caught his wheezy lungs, and for a minute or two he could do nothing but cough and sputter and groan, and cling to his unresponsive comrade for support. Then at last, when he had succeeded in recovering his breath, he said dolefully, and with a ludicrous attempt at dignified reproach: "Do not force me to remind you, citizen Merri, that if it had not been for my suggestion that we should all draw lots, and then play hazard as to who shall be the chosen one to woo the ci devant millionairess, there would soon have been a free fight inside the cabaret, a number of broken heads, and no decision whatever arrived at; whilst you, who were never much of a fighter, would probably be lying now helpless with a broken nose and deprived of some of your teeth, and with no chance of entering the lists for the heiress. Instead of which, here you are, the victor by a stroke of good fortune, which you should at least have the good grace to ascribe to me." Whether the poor wretch's argument had any weight with citizen Merri, or whether that worthy patriot merely thought that procrastination would for the nonce prove the best policy, it were impossible to say. Certain it is that in response to his companion's tirade, he contented himself with a dubious grunt, and without another word turned on his heel and went slouching down the street. End of Book 9, Chapter 2. Book 9, Chapter 3 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 9, The Cabaret de la Liberté. Chapter 3. For the persistent and optimistic romanticist, there were still one or two idols to be discovered flourishing under the shadow of the grim and relentless Revolution. One such was that which had Esther Vincent and Jack Kennard for hero and heroine. Esther, the orphan daughter of one of the richest bankers of pre Revolution days, now a daily governess and household drudge at 10 francs a week in the house of a retired butcher in the Rue Richelieu, and Jack Kennard, formerly the representative of a big English firm of woolen manufacturers, who had thrown up his employment and prospects in England in order to watch over the girl whom he loved. He, himself an alien enemy, an Englishman, in deadly danger of his life every hour that he remained in France, and she, unwilling at the time to leave the horrors of revolutionary Paris, while her father was lingering at the Conciergerie, waiting condemnation, as such forbidden to leave the city. So Kennard stayed on, unable to tear himself away from her, and obtained an unlucrative post as accountant in a small wine shop over by Montmartre. His life, like hers, was hanging by a thread. Any day, any hour now, some malevolent denunciation might in the sight of the Committee of Public Safety turn the 18-years-old "suspect" into a living peril to the state, or the alien enemy into a dangerous spy. Some of the happiest hours these two spent in one another's company were embittered by that ever-present dread of the peremptory knock at the door, the portentous "Open in the name of the law," the perquisition, the arrest, to which the only issue these days was the guillotine. But the girl was only just 18, and he not many years older, and at that age, in spite of misery, sorrow, and dread, life always has its compensations. Youth cries out to happiness so insistently that happiness is forced to hear, and for a few moments, at the least, drives care and even the bitterest anxiety away. For Esther Vincent and her English lover there were moments when they believed themselves to be almost happy. It was in the evenings mostly, when she came home from her work and he was free to spend an hour or two with her. Then old Luciane, who had been Esther's nurse in the happy olden days, and was an unpaid maid of all work, and a loved and trusted friend now, would bring in the lamp and pull the well darned curtains over the windows. She would spread a clean cloth upon the table and bring in a meagre supper of coffee and black bread, perhaps a little butter or a tiny square of cheese. And the two young people would talk of the future, of the time when they would settle down in Kennard's old home over in England, where his mother and sister even now were eating out their hearts with anxiety for him. "Tell me all about the South Downs," Esther was very fond of saying, "and your village, and your house, and the rambler roses, and the clematis arbour." She never tired of hearing, or he of telling. The old manor house, bought with his father's savings, the garden which was his mother's hobby, the cricket pitch on the village green. Oh, the cricket! She thought that so funny. The men in high sugar loaf hats, grown up men, spending hours and hours, day after day, in banging at a ball with a wooden bat. Oh, Jack, the English are a funny, nice, dear, kind lot of people. I remember. She remembered so well that happy summer which she had spent with her father in England 4 years ago. It was after the Bastille had been stormed and taken, and the banker had journeyed to England with his daughter in something of a hurry. Then her father had talked of returning to France and leaving her behind with friends in England. But Esther would not be left. Oh no. Even now she glowed with pride at the thought of her firmness in the matter. If she had remained in England, she would never have seen her dear father again. Here remembrances grew bitter and sad, until Jack's hand reached soothingly, consolingly out to her, and she brushed away her tears, so as not to sadden him still more. Then she would ask more questions about his home and his garden, about his mother and the dogs and the flowers, and once more they would forget that hatred and envy and death were already stalking their door. End of Book 9, Chapter 3. Book 9, Chapter 4 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 9, The Cabaret de la Liberté. Chapter 4. Open, in the name of the law! It had come at last. A bolt from out of the serene blue of their happiness. A rough, dirty, angry, cursing crowd, who burst through the heavy door even before they had time to open it. Lucienne collapsed into a chair, weeping and lamenting, with her apron thrown over her head. But Esther and Kennard stood quite still and calm, holding one another by the hand, just to give one another courage. Some half dozen men stalked into the little room. Men? They looked like ravenous beasts, and were unspeakably dirty, wore soiled tricolour scarves above their tattered breeches in token of their official status. Two of them fell on the remnants of the meagre supper and devoured everything that remained on the table: bread, cheese, a piece of homemade sausage. The others ransacked the two attic rooms which had been home for Esther and Lucienne. The little living room under the sloping roof, with the small hearth on which very scanty meals were wont to be cooked, and the bare, narrow room beyond, with the iron bedstead and the palliasse on the floor for Lucienne. The men poked about everywhere, struck great, spiked sticks through the poor bits of bedding, and ripped up the palliasse. They tore open the drawers of the rickety chest and of the broken down wardrobe, and did not spare the unfortunate girl a single humiliation or a single indignity. Kennard, burning with wrath, tried to protest. "Hold that cub," commanded the leader of the party, almost as soon as the young Englishman's hot, indignant words had resounded above the din of overturned furniture. "And if he opens his mouth again, throw him into the street." And Kennard, terrified lest he should be parted from Esther, thought it wiser to hold his peace. They looked at one another like two young trapped beasts, not despairing, but trying to infuse courage one into the other by a look of confidence and of love. Esther, in fact, kept her eyes fixed on her good-looking English lover, firmly keeping down the shudder of loathing which went right through her when she saw those awful men coming nigh her. There was one especially whom she abominated worse than the others, a bandy-legged ruffian, who regarded her with a leer that caused her an almost physical nausea. He did not take part in the perquisition, but sat down in the centre of the room and sprawled over the table with the air of one who was in authority. The others addressed him as Citizen Merri, and alternately ridiculed and deferred to him. And there was another equally hateful, a horrible, cadaverous creature with huge bare feet thrust into sabots, and lank hair thick with grime. He did most of the talking, even though his loquacity occasionally broke down into a racking cough which literally seemed to tear at his chest, and left him panting, hoarse, and with beads of moisture upon his low, pallid forehead. Of course the men found nothing that could even remotely be termed compromising. Esther had been very prudent, in deference to Kennard's advice. She also had very few possessions. Nevertheless, when the wretches had turned every article of furniture inside out, one of them asked curtly: "What do we do next, Citizen Merri?" "Do?" broke in the cadaverous creature, even before Merri had time to reply. "Do? Why, take the wench to " He got no further, became helpless with coughing. Esther quite instinctively pushed the carafe of water towards him. "Nothing of the sort," riposted Merri sententiously. "The wench stays here." Both Esther and Jack had much ado to suppress an involuntary cry of relief, which at this unexpected pronouncement had risen to their lips. The man with the cough tried to protest. "But," he began hoarsely. "I said the wench stays here," broke in Merri peremptorily. "Accah!" he added with a savage imprecation. "Do you command here, Citizen Rateau, or do I?" The other at once became humble, even cringing. "You, of course, citizen," he rejoined in his hollow voice. "I would only remark—" "Remark nothing," retorted the other curtly. "See to it that the cub is out of the house, and after that put a sentry outside the wench's door. No one to go in and out of here under any pretext whatever. Understand?" Kennard this time uttered a cry of protest. The helplessness of his position exasperated him almost to madness. Two men were holding him tightly by his sinewy arms. With an Englishman's instinct for a fight, he would not only have tried, but also succeeded in knocking these two down and taken the other four on after that, with quite a reasonable chance of success. That tuberculous creature now, and that bandy-legged ruffian. Jack Kennard had been an amateur middleweight champion in his day, and these brutes had no more science than an enraged bull. And even as he fought against that instinct he realized the futility of a struggle. The danger of it, too, not for himself, but for her. After all, they were not going to take her away to one of those awful places from which the only egress was the way to the guillotine. And if there was that amount of freedom, there was bound to be some hope. At 20 there is always hope. So when, in obedience to Merri's orders, the two ruffians began to drag him towards the door, he said firmly: "Leave me alone. I'll go without this unnecessary struggling." Then, before the wretches realized his intention, he had jerked himself free from them and run to Esther. "Have no fear," he said to her in English and in a rapid whisper. "I'll watch over you. The house opposite. I know the people. I'll manage it somehow. Be on the lookout." They would not let him say more, and she only had the chance of responding firmly: "I am not afraid, and I'll be on the lookout." The next moment Merri's compeers seized him from behind, four of them this time. Then, of course, prudence went to the winds. He hit out to the right and left, knocked two of those recreants down, and already was prepared to seize Esther in his arms, make a wild dash for the door, and run with her, whither only God knew, when Rateau, that awful consumptive reprobate, crept slyly up behind him and dealt him a swift and heavy blow on the skull with his weighted stick. Kennard staggered, and the bandits closed upon him. Those on the floor had time to regain their feet. To make assurance doubly sure, one of them emulated Rateau's tactic and hit the Englishman once more on the head from behind. After that Kennard became inert. He had partly lost consciousness. His head ached furiously. Esther, numb with horror, saw him bundled out of the room. Rateau, coughing and sputtering, finally closed the door upon the unfortunate and the four brigands who had hold of him. Only Merri and that awful Rateau had remained in the room. The latter, gasping for breath now, poured himself out a mugful of water and drank it down at one draught. Then he swore because he wanted rum, or brandy, or even wine. Esther watched him and Merri, fascinated. Poor old Lucienne was quietly weeping behind her apron. "Now then, my wench," Merri began abruptly, "suppose you sit down here and listen to what I have to say." He pulled a chair close to him, and with one of those hideous leers which had already caused her to shudder, he beckoned her to sit. Esther obeyed as if in a dream. Her eyes were dilated like those of one in a waking trance. She moved mechanically, like a bird attracted by a serpent, terrified yet unresisting. She felt utterly helpless between these two villainous brutes, and anxiety for her English lover seemed further to numb her senses. When she was sitting, she turned her gaze with an involuntary appeal for pity upon the bandy-legged ruffian beside her. He laughed. "No, I'm not going to hurt you," he said with smooth condescension, which was far more loathsome to Esther's ears than his comrade's savage oaths had been. "You are pretty, and you have pleased me. 'Tis no small matter, forsooth," he added with loud-voiced bombast, "to have earned the good will of citizen Merri. You, my wench, are in luck's way. You realize what has occurred just now. You are amenable to the law which has decreed you to be suspect. I hold an order for your arrest. I can have you seized at once by my men, dragged to the Conciergerie, and from thence nothing can save you, neither your good looks nor the protection of citizen Merri. It means the guillotine. You understand that, don't you?" She sat quite still, only her hands were clutched convulsively together. But she contrived to say quite firmly: "I do, and I am not afraid." Merri waved a huge and very dirty hand with a careless gesture. "I know," he said with a harsh laugh. "They all say that, don't they, citizen Rateau?" "Until the time comes," assented that worthy dryly. "Until the time comes," reiterated the other. "Now, my wench," he added, once more turning to Esther, "I don't want that time to come. I don't want your pretty head to go rolling down into the basket, and to receive the slap on the face which the citizen executioner has of late taken to bestowing on those aristocratic cheeks which Madame la Guillotine has finally blanched for ever. Like this, you see." And the inhuman wretch took up one of the round cushions from the nearest chair, held it up at arm's length as if it were a head which he held by the hair, and then slapped it twice with the palm of his left hand. The gesture was so horrible and withal so grotesque that Esther closed her eyes with a shudder, and her pale cheeks took on a leaden hue. Merri laughed aloud and threw the cushion down again. "Unpleasant, what, my pretty wench? Well, you know what to expect. Unless," he added significantly, "you are reasonable and will listen to what I am about to tell you." Esther was no fool, nor was she unsophisticated. These were not times when it was possible for any girl, however carefully nurtured and tenderly brought up, to remain ignorant of the realities and the brutalities of life. Even before Merri had put his abominable proposition before her, she knew what he was driving at. Marriage. Marriage to him, that ignoble wretch, more vile than any dumb creature, in exchange for her life. It was her turn now to laugh. The very thought of it was farcical in its very odiousness. Merri, who had embarked on his proposal with grandiloquent phraseology, suddenly paused, almost awed by that strange, hysterical laughter. "By Satan and all his ghouls!" he cried, and jumped to his feet, his cheeks paling beneath the grime. Then rage seized him at his own cowardice. His egregious vanity, wounded by that laughter, egged him on. He tried to seize Esther by the waist. But she, quick as some panther on the defense, had jumped up too, and pounced upon a knife, the very one she had been using for that happy little supper with her lover a brief half hour ago. Unguarded, unthinking, acting just with a blind instinct, she raised it and cried hoarsely, "If you dare touch me, I'll kill you." It was ludicrous, of course, a mouse threatening a tiger. The very next moment Rateau had seized her hand and quietly taken away the knife. Merri shook himself like a frowsy dog. "Whew!" he ejaculated. "What a vixen! But," he added lightly, "I like her all the better for that. Eh, Rateau? Give me a wench with a temperament, I say." But Esther too had recovered herself. She realized her helplessness and gathered courage from the consciousness of it. Now she faced the infamous villain more calmly. "I will never marry you," she said loudly and firmly. "Never. I am not afraid to die. I am not afraid of the guillotine. There is no shame attached to death. So now you may do as you please. Denounce me and send me to follow in the footsteps of my dear father if you wish. But whilst I am alive you will never come nigh me. If you ever do but lay a finger on me, it will be because I am dead and beyond the reach of your polluting touch. And now I have said all that I will ever say to you in this life. If you have a spark of humanity left in you, you will, at least, let me prepare for death in peace." She went round to where poor old Lucienne still sat, like an insentient log, panic stricken. She knelt down on the floor and rested her arm on the old woman's knees. The light of the lamp fell full upon her, her pale face and mass of chestnut brown hair. There was nothing about her at this moment to inflame a man's desire. She looked pathetic in her helplessness, and nearly lifeless through the intensity of her pallor, whilst the look in her eyes was almost maniacal. Merri cursed and swore, tried to hearten himself by turning on his friend, but Rateau had collapsed. Whether with excitement or the ravages of disease it were impossible to say. He sat upon a low chair, his long legs, his violet circled eyes, staring out with a look of hebetude and overwhelming fatigue. Merri looked about him and shuddered. The atmosphere of the place had become strangely weird and uncanny. Even the tablecloth, dragged half across the table, looked somehow like a shroud. "What shall we do, Rateau?" he asked tremulously at last. "Get out of this infernal place," replied the other huskily. "I feel as if I were in my grave clothes already." "Hold your tongue, you miserable coward. You'll make the aristo think that we are afraid." "Well," queried Rateau blandly, "aren't you?" "No," replied Merri fiercely. "I'll go now because well, because I have had enough to day, and the wench sickens me. I wish to serve the Republic by marrying her, but just now I feel as if I should never really want her. So I'll go. But understand," he added, and turned once more to Esther, even though he could not bring himself to go nigh her again, "understand that tomorrow I'll come again for my answer. In the meanwhile you may think matters over, and maybe you'll arrive at a more reasonable frame of mind. You will not leave these rooms until I set you free. My men will remain as sentinels at your door." He beckoned to Rateau, and the two men went out of the room without another word. End of Book 9, Chapter 4. Book 9, Chapter 5 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 9, The Cabaret de la Liberté, Chapter 5. The whole of that night Esther remained shut up in her apartment in the Petite Rue Taranne. All night she heard the measured tramp, the movements, the laughter and loud talking of men outside her door. Once or twice she tried to listen to what they said, but the doors and walls in these houses of old Paris were too stout to allow voices to filter through, save in the guise of a confused murmur. She would have felt horribly lonely and frightened, but for the fact that in one window on the third floor in the house opposite the light of a lamp appeared like a glimmer of hope. Jack Kennard was there, on the watch. He had the window open and sat beside it until a very late hour, and after that he kept the light in as a beacon to bid her be of good cheer. In the middle of the night he made an attempt to see her, hoping to catch the sentinels asleep or absent. But, having climbed the 5 stories of the house wherein she dwelt, he arrived on the landing outside her door, and found there half a dozen ruffians squatting on the stone floor and engaged in playing hazard with a pack of greasy cards. That wretched consumptive Rateau was with them, and made a facetious remark as Kennard, pale and haggard, almost ghost-like, with a white bandage round his head, appeared upon the landing. "Go back to bed, citizen," the odious creature said, with a raucous laugh. "We are taking care of your sweetheart for you." Never in all his life had Jack Kennard felt so abjectly wretched as he did then, so miserably helpless. There was nothing he could do save to return to the lodging which a kind friend had lent to him for the occasion, and from whence he could, at any rate, see the windows behind which his beloved was watching and suffering. When he went a few moments ago he had left the porte cochere ajar. Now he pushed it open and stepped into the dark passage beyond. A tiny streak of light filtrated through a small curtained window in the concierge's lodge. It served to guide Kennard to the foot of the narrow stone staircase which led to the floors above. Just at the foot of the stairs, on the mat, a white paper glimmered in the dim shaft of light. He paused, puzzled, quite certain that the paper was not there 5 minutes ago when he went out. Oh, it may have fluttered in from the courtyard beyond, or from anywhere, driven by the draught. But even so, with that mechanical action peculiar to most people under like circumstances, he stooped and picked up the paper, turned it over between his fingers, and saw that a few words were scribbled on it in pencil. The light was too dim to read by, so Kennard, still quite mechanically, kept the paper in his hand and went up to his room. There, by the light of the lamp, he read the few words scribbled in pencil. "Wait in the street outside." Nothing more. The message was obviously not intended for him, and yet a strange excitement possessed him. If it should be, if he had heard, everyone had, of the mysterious agencies that were at work, under cover of darkness, to aid the unfortunate, the innocent, the helpless. He had heard of that legendary English gentleman who had before now defied the closest vigilance of the Committees, and snatched their intended victims out of their murderous clutches, at times under their very eyes. If this should be, he scarce dared put his hope into words. He could not bring himself really to believe. But he went. He ran downstairs and out into the street, took his stand under a projecting doorway nearly opposite the house which held the woman he loved, and leaning against the wall, he waited. After many hours, it was then past 3 o'clock in the morning, and the sky of an inky blackness, he felt so numb that, despite his will, a kind of trance-like drowsiness overcame him. He could no longer stand on his feet. His knees were shaking, his head felt so heavy that he could not keep it up. It rolled round from shoulder to shoulder, as if his will no longer controlled it, and it ached furiously. Everything around him was very still. Even Paris by night, that grim and lurid giant, was for the moment at rest. A warm summer rain was falling. Its gentle pattering murmur into the gutter helped to lull Kennard's senses into somnolence. He was on the point of dropping off to sleep when something suddenly roused him. A noise of men shouting and laughing. Familiar sounds enough in these squalid Paris streets. But Kennard was wide awake now. Numbness had given place to intense quivering of all his muscles, and super keenness of his every sense. He peered into the darkness and strained his ears to hear. The sound certainly appeared to come from the house opposite, and there, too, it seemed as if something or things were moving. Men. More than one or two, surely. Kennard thought that he could distinguish at least three distinct voices. And there was that weird, racking cough which proclaimed the presence of Rateau. Now the men were quite close to where he, Kennard, still stood cowering. A minute or two later they had passed down the street. Their hoarse voices soon died away in the distance. Kennard crept cautiously out of his hiding place. Message or mere coincidence, he now blessed that mysterious scrap of paper. Had he remained in his room, he might really have dropped off to sleep and not heard these men going away. There were three of them at least. Kennard thought four. But anyway, the number of watchdogs outside the door of his beloved had considerably diminished. He felt that he had strength to grapple with them, even if there were still three of them left. He, an athlete, English, and master of the art of self-defence, and they, a mere pack of drink-sodden brutes. Yes, he was quite sure he could do it. Quite sure that he could force his way into Esther's room and carry her off in his arms. Whither? God alone knew, and God alone would provide. Just for a moment he wondered if, while he was in that state of somnolence, other bandits had come to take the place of those that were going. But this thought he quickly dismissed. In any case, he felt a giant strength in himself, and could not rest now till he had tried once more to see her. He crept very cautiously along, and was satisfied that the street was deserted. Already he had reached the house opposite, had pushed open the porte cochère, which was on the latch, when, without the slightest warning, he was suddenly attacked from behind. His arms seized and held behind his back with a vice-like grip, whilst a vigorous kick against the calves of his legs caused him to lose his footing and suddenly brought him down sprawling and helpless in the gutter, while in his ear there rang the hideous sound of the consumptive ruffian's racking cough. "What shall we do with the cub now?" a raucous voice came out of the darkness. "Let him lie there," was the quick response. "It'll teach him to interfere with the work of honest patriots." Kennard, lying somewhat bruised and stunned, heard this decree with thankfulness. The bandits obviously thought him more hurt than he was, and if only they would leave him lying here, he would soon pick himself up and renew his attempt to go to Esther. He did not move, feigning unconsciousness, even though he felt rather than saw that hideous Rateau stooping over him, heard his stertorous breathing, the wheezing in his throat. "Run and fetch a bit of cord, citizen Desmonts," the wretch said presently. "A trussed cub is safer than a loose one." This dashed Kennard's hope to a great extent. He felt that he must act quickly before those brigands returned and rendered him completely helpless. He made a movement to rise, a movement so swift and sudden as only a trained athlete can make. But, quick as he was, that odious, wheezing creature was quicker still, and now, when Kennard had turned on his back, Rateau promptly sat on his chest, a dead weight with long legs stretched out before him, coughing and sputtering, yet wholly at his ease. Oh, the humiliating position for an amateur middleweight champion to find himself in with that drink-sodden, Kennard was sure that he was drink-sodden, consumptive, sprawling on top of him. "Don't trouble, citizen Desmonts," the wretch cried out after his retreating companions. "I have what I want by me." Very leisurely he pulled a coil of rope out of the capacious pocket of his tattered coat. Kennard could not see what he was doing, but felt it with supersensitive instinct all the time. He lay quite still beneath the weight of that miscreant, feigning unconsciousness, yet hardly able to breathe. That tuberculous caitiff was such a towering weight, but he tried to keep his faculties on the alert, ready for that surprise spring which would turn the tables at the slightest false move on the part of Rateau. But, as luck would have it, Rateau did not make a single false move. It was amazing with what dexterity he kept Kennard down, even while he contrived to pinion him with cords. An old sailor, probably, he seemed so dexterous with knots. My God, the humiliation of it all! And Esther, a helpless prisoner inside that house, not 5 paces away. Kennard's heavy, wearied eyes could perceive the light in her window, 5 stories above where he lay in the gutter, a helpless log. Even now he gave a last desperate shriek. Esther!" But in a second the abominable brigand's hand came down heavily upon his mouth, whilst a raucous voice spluttered rather than said, right through the awful fit of coughing, "Another sound and I'll gag you as well as bind you, you young fool." After which Kennard remained quite still. End of Book 9, Chapter 5. Book 9, Chapter 6 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 9, The Cabaret de la Liberté, Chapter 6. Esther, up in her little attic, knew nothing of what her English lover was even then suffering for her sake. She herself had passed, during the night, through every stage of horror and of fear. Soon after midnight that execrable brigand Rateau had poked his ugly, cadaverous face in at the door and peremptorily called for Lucienne. The woman, more dead than alive now with terror, had answered with mechanical obedience. "I and my friends are thirsty," the man had commanded. "Go and fetch us a litre of eau de vie." Poor Lucienne stammered a pitiable, Where shall I go?" "To the house at the sign of Le Fort Samson, in the Rue de Seine," replied Rateau curtly. "They'll serve you well if you mention my name." Of course Lucienne protested. She was a decent woman who had never been inside a cabaret in her life. "Then it's time you began," was Rateau's dry comment, which was greeted with much laughter from his abominable companions. Lucienne was forced to go. It would, of course, have been futile and madness to resist. This had occurred 3 hours since. The Rue de Seine was not far, but the poor woman had not returned. Esther was left with this additional horror weighing upon her soul. What had happened to her unfortunate servant? Visions of outrage and murder floated before the poor girl's tortured brain. At best, Lucienne was being kept out of the way in order to make her, Esther, feel more lonely and desperate. She remained at the window after that, watching that light in the house opposite, and fingering her prayer book, the only solace which she had. Her attic was so high up and the street so narrow that she could not see what went on in the street below. At one time she heard a great to-do outside her door. It seemed as if some of the bloodhounds that were set to watch her had gone, or that others came. She really hardly cared which it was. Then she heard a great commotion coming from the street immediately beneath her. Men shouting and laughing, and that awful creature's rasping cough. At one moment she felt sure that Kennard had called to her by name. She heard his voice distinctly, raised as if in a despairing cry. After that all was still. So still that she could hear her heart beating furiously, and then a tear falling from her eyes upon her open book. So still that the gentle patter of rain sounded like a soothing lullaby. She was very young and was very tired. Out, above the line of sloping roofs and chimney pots, the darkness of the sky was yielding to the first touch of dawn. The rain ceased. Everything became deathly still. Esther's head fell, wearied, upon her folded arms. Then suddenly she was wide awake. Something had roused her. A noise. At first she could not tell what it was, but now she knew. It was the opening and shutting of the door behind her, and then a quick, stealthy footstep across the room. The horror of it all was unspeakable. Esther remained as she had been, on her knees, mechanically fingering her prayer book, unable to move, unable to utter a sound, as if paralysed. She knew that one of those abominable creatures had entered her room, was coming near her even now. She did not know who it was, only guessed it was Rateau, for she heard a raucous, stertorous wheeze. Yet she could not have then turned to look if her life had depended upon her doing so. The whole thing had occurred in less than half a dozen heartbeats. The next moment the wretch was close to her. Mercifully she felt that her senses were leaving her. Even so, she felt that a handkerchief was being bound over her mouth to prevent her screaming. Wholly unnecessary this, for she could not have uttered a sound. Then she was lifted off the ground and carried across the room, then over the threshold. A vague, subconscious effort of will helped her to keep her head averted from that wheezing wretch who was carrying her. Thus she could see the landing and two of those abominable watchdogs who had been set to guard her. The ghostly grey light of dawn came peeping in through the narrow dormer window in the sloping roof, and faintly illuminated their sprawling forms, stretched out at full length, with their heads buried in their folded arms, and their naked legs looking pallid and weird in the dim light. Their stertorous breathing woke the echoes of the bare stone walls. Esther shuddered and closed her eyes. She was now like an insentient log, without power, or thought, or will, almost without feeling. Then, all at once, the coolness of the morning air caught her full in the face. She opened her eyes and tried to move, but those powerful arms held her more closely than before. Now she could have shrieked with horror. With returning consciousness, the sense of her desperate position came on her with its full and ghastly significance, its awe-inspiring details. The grey dawn, the abandoned wretch who held her, and the stillness of this early morning hour, when not one pitying soul would be astir to lend her a helping hand, or give her the solace of mute sympathy. So great indeed was this stillness that the click of the man's sabots upon the uneven pavement reverberated ghoul-like and weird. And it was through that awesome stillness that a sound suddenly struck her ear, which, in the instant, made her feel that she was not really alive, or, if alive, was sleeping and dreaming strange and impossible dreams. It was the sound of a voice, clear and firm, and with a wonderful ring of merriment in its tones, calling out just above a whisper, and in English, if you please: "Look out, folks! That young cub is strong as a horse, and he will give us all away if you are not careful." A dream? Of course it was a dream, for the voice had sounded very close to her ear, so close, in fact, that, well, Esther was quite sure that her face still rested against the hideous, tattered and grimy coat which that repulsive Rateau had been wearing all along. And there was the click of his sabots upon the pavement all the time. So, then, the voice, and the merry suppressed laughter which accompanied it, must all have been a part of her dream. How long this lasted she could not have told you. An hour or more, she thought, while the grey dawn yielded to the roseate hue of morning. Somehow she no longer suffered either terror or foreboding. A subtle atmosphere of strength and of security seemed to encompass her. At one time she felt as if she were driven along in a car that jolted horribly, and when she moved her face and hands they came in contact with things that were fresh and green and smelt of the country. She was in darkness then, and more than 3 parts unconscious. But the handkerchief had been removed from her mouth. It seemed to her as if she could hear the voice of her Jack, but far away and indistinct. Also the tramp of horses' hoofs and the creaking of cartwheels, and at times that awful rasping cough which reminded her of the presence of a loathsome wretch who should not have had a part in her soothing dream. Thus many hours must have gone by. Then, all at once, she was inside a house, a room, and she felt that she was being lowered very gently to the ground. She was on her feet, but she could not see where she was. There was furniture, a carpet, a ceiling, the man Rateau with the sabots and the dirty coat and the merry English voice and a pair of deep-set blue eyes, thoughtful and lazy and infinitely kind. But before she could properly focus what she saw, everything began to whirl and to spin around her, to dance a wild and idiotic saraband, which caused her to laugh and to laugh, until her throat choked and her eyes hot, after which she remembered nothing more. End of Book 9, Chapter 6. Book 9, Chapter 7 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 9, The Cabaret de la Liberté. Chapter 7. The first thing of which Esther Vincent was conscious when she returned to her senses was of her English lover kneeling beside her. She was lying on some kind of couch, and she could see his face in profile, for he had turned and was speaking to someone at the far end of the room. "And was it you who knocked me down," he was saying, "and sat on my chest, and trussed me like a fowl?" "La, my dear sir," a lazy, pleasant voice riposted, "what else could I do? There was no time for explanations, and you were half crazed and would have not understood, and you were ready to bring all the night watchmen about our ears." "I am sorry," Kennard said simply, "but how could I guess?" "You couldn't," rejoined the other. "That is why I had to deal so summarily with you and Mademoiselle Esther, not to speak of good old Lucienne, who had never in her life been inside a cabaret. You must all forgive me ere you start upon your journey. You are not out of the wood yet, remember, though Paris is a long way behind. France itself is no longer a healthy place for any of you." "But how did we ever get out of Paris? I was smothered under a pile of cabbages, with Lucienne on one side of me and Esther unconscious on the other. I could see nothing. I know we halted at the barrier. I thought we would be recognized, turned back. My God, how I trembled!" "Bah!" broke in the other, with a careless laugh. "It is not so difficult as it seems. We have done it before, eh, Ffoulkes? A market gardener's cart, a villainous wretch like myself to drive it, another hideous object like Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, Bart, to lead the scraggy nag, a couple of forged or stolen passports, plenty of English gold, and the deed is done." Esther's eyes were fixed upon the speaker. She marvelled now how she could have been so blind. The cadaverous face was nothing but a splendid use of grease paint. The rags, the dirt, the whole assumption of a hideous character was masterly. But there were the eyes, deep set and thoughtful and kind. How did she fail to guess? "You are known as the Scarlet Pimpernel," she said suddenly. "Suzanne de Tournai was my friend. She told me. You saved her and her family. And now oh, my God!" she exclaimed. "How shall we ever repay you?" "By placing yourselves unreservedly in my friend Ffoulkes' hands," he replied gently. "We will lead you to safety, and, if you wish it, to England." "If we wish it!" Kennard sighed fervently. "You are not coming with us, Blakeney?" queried Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, and it seemed to Esther's sensitive ears as if a tone of real anxiety and also of entreaty rang in the young man's voice. "No, not this time," replied Sir Percy lightly. "I like my character of Rateau, and I don't want to give it up just yet. I have done nothing to arouse suspicion in the minds of my savoury compeers up at the Cabaret de la Liberté. I can easily keep this up for some time to come, and frankly I admire myself as citizen Rateau. I don't know when I have enjoyed a character so much." "You mean to return to the Cabaret de la Liberté?" exclaimed Sir Andrew. "Why not? You will be recognized." "Not before I have been of service to a good many unfortunates, I hope. But that awful cough of yours! Percy, you'll do yourself an injury with it one day." "Not I. I like that cough. I practised it for a long time before I did it to perfection. Such a splendid wheeze! I must teach Tony to do it some day. Would you like to hear it now?" He laughed, that perfect, delightful, lazy laugh of his, which carried every hearer with it along the path of light hearted merriment. Then he broke into the awful cough of the consumptive Rateau, and Esther Vincent instinctively closed her eyes and shuddered. End of chapter 7. End of book 9. The Cabaret de la Liberté. Book 10, Chapter 1 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 10. Needs Must. Chapter 1. The children were all huddled up together in one corner of the room. Etienne and Valentine, the two eldest, had their arms round the little one. As for Lucile, she would have told you herself that she felt just like a bird between two snakes, terrified and fascinated. Oh! especially by that little man with the pale face and the light grey eyes, and the slender white hands unstained by toil, one of which rested lightly upon the desk, and was only clenched now and then at a word or a look from the other man or from Lucile herself. But Commissary Lebel just tried to browbeat her. It was not difficult, for in truth she felt frightened enough already, with all this talk of traitors and that awful threat of the guillotine. Lucile Clamette, however, would have remained splendidly loyal in spite of all these threats, if it had not been for the children. She was little mother to them, for father was a cripple, with speech and mind already impaired by creeping paralysis, and Mammon had died when little Josephine was born. And now those fiends threatened not only her, but Etienne, who was not 14, and Valentine, who was not much more than 10, with death, unless she, Lucile, broke the solemn word which she had given to Monsieur le Marquis. At first she had tried to deny all knowledge of Monsieur le Marquis's whereabouts. "I can assure Monsieur le Commissaire that I do not know," she had persisted quietly, even though her heart was beating so rapidly in her bosom that she felt as if she must choke. "Call me citizen Commissary," Lebel had riposted curtly. "I should take it as a proof that your aristocratic sentiments are not so deep rooted as they appear to be." "Yes, citizen," murmured Lucile under her breath. Then the other one, he with the pale eyes and the slender white hands, leaned forward over the desk, and the poor girl felt as if a mighty and unseen force was holding her tight, so tight that she could neither move nor breathe, nor turn her gaze away from those pale, compelling eyes. In the remote corner little Josephine was whimpering, and Etienne's big dark eyes were fixed bravely upon his eldest sister. "There, there, little citizeness," the awful man said in a voice that sounded low and almost caressing. "There's nothing to be frightened of. No one is going to hurt you or your little family. We only want you to be reasonable. You have promised to your former employer that you would never tell any one of his whereabouts. Well, we don't ask you to tell us anything. All that we want you to do is to write a letter to Monsieur le Marquis, one that I myself will dictate to you. You have written to Monsieur le Marquis before now, on business matters, have you not?" "Yes, monsieur." "Yes, citizen," stammered Lucile through her tears. "Father was bailiff to Monsieur le Marquis until he became a cripple, and now I—" "Do not write any letter, Lucile," Etienne suddenly broke in with forceful vehemence. "It is a trap set by these miscreants to entrap Monsieur le Marquis." There was a second's silence in the room after this sudden outburst on the part of the lad. Then the man with the pale face said quietly: "Citizen Lebel, order the removal of that boy. Let him be kept in custody till he has learned to hold his tongue." But before Lebel could speak to the two soldiers who were standing on guard at the door, Lucile had uttered a loud cry of agonised protest. "No, no, monsieur, that is, citizen," she implored. "Do not take Etienne away. He will be silent. I promise you that he will be silent. Only do not take him away. Etienne, my little one," she added, turning her tear filled eyes to her brother, "I entreat thee to hold thy tongue." The others, too, clung to Etienne, and the lad, awed and subdued, relapsed into silence. "Now then," resumed Lebel roughly, after a while, "let us get on with this business. I am sick to death of it. It has lasted far too long already." He fixed his bloodshot eyes upon Lucile and continued gruffly: "Now listen to me, my wench, for this is going to be my last word. Citizen Chauvelin here has been very lenient with you by allowing you this letter business. If I had my way, I'd make you speak here and now. As it is, you either sit down and write the letter at citizen Chauvelin's dictation at once, or I send you with that impudent brother of yours and your imbecile father to jail, on a charge of treason against the State, for aiding and abetting the enemies of the Republic. And you know what the consequences of such a charge usually are. The other two brats will go to a house of correction, there to be detained during the pleasure of the Committee of Public Safety. That is my last word," he reiterated fiercely. "Now, Which is it to be?" He paused. The girl's wan cheeks turned the colour of lead. She moistened her lips once or twice with her tongue. Beads of perspiration appeared at the roots of her hair. She gazed helplessly at her tormentors, not daring to look on those three huddled up little figures there in the corner. A few seconds sped away in silence. The man with the pale eyes rose and pushed his chair away. He went to the window, stood there with his back to the room, those slender white hands of his clasped behind him. Neither the commissary nor the girl appeared to interest him further. He was just gazing out of the window. The other was still sprawling beside the desk. His large, coarse hand how different his hands were was beating a devil's tattoo upon the arm of his chair. After a few minutes Lucile made a violent effort to compose herself, wiped the moisture from her pallid forehead, and dried the tears which still hung upon her lashes. Then she rose from her chair, walked resolutely to the desk. "I will write the letter," she said simply. Lebel gave a snort of satisfaction, but the other did not move from his position near the window. The boy, Etienne, had uttered a cry of passionate protest. "Do not give M. le Marquis away, Lucile," he said hotly. "I am not afraid to die." But Lucile had made up her mind. How could she do otherwise, with these awful threats hanging over them all? She and Etienne and poor father gone, and the two young ones in one of those awful houses of correction, where children were taught to hate the Church, to shun the sacraments, and to blaspheme God. "What am I to write?" she asked dully, resolutely closing her ears against her brother's protest. Lebel pushed pen, ink and paper towards her, and she sat down, ready to begin. "Write," now came in a curt command from the man at the window, and Lucile wrote at his dictation: "Monsieur le Marquis, we are in grave trouble. My brother Etienne and I have been arrested on a charge of treason. This means the guillotine for us and for poor father, who can no longer speak. And the two little ones are to be sent to one of those dreadful houses of correction, where children are taught to deny God and to blaspheme. You alone can save us, Monsieur le Marquis, and I beg you on my knees to do it. The citizen commissary here says that you have in your possession certain papers which are of great value to the State, and that if I can persuade you to give these up, Etienne, father and I and the little ones will be left unmolested. Monsieur le Marquis, you once said that you could never adequately repay my poor father for all his devotion in your service. You can do it now, Monsieur le Marquis, by saving us all. I will be at the chateau a week from today. I entreat you, Monsieur le Marquis, to come to me then, and to bring the papers with you, or if you can devise some other means of sending the papers to me, I will obey your behests. I am, Monsieur le Marquis' faithful and devoted servant, Lucile Clamette." The pen dropped from the unfortunate girl's fingers. She buried her face in her hands and sobbed convulsively. The children were silent, awed and subdued, tired out too. Only Etienne's dark eyes were fixed upon his sister with a look of mute reproach. Lebel had made no attempt to interrupt the flow of his colleague's dictation. Only once or twice did a hastily smothered "What the?" of astonishment escape his lips. Now, when the letter was finished and duly signed, he drew it to him and strewed the sand over it. Chauvelin, more impassive than ever, was once more gazing out of the window. "How are the ci devant aristos to get this letter?" the commissary asked. "It must be put in the hollow tree which stands by the side of the stable gate at Montorgueil," whispered Lucile. "And the aristos will find it there?" "Yes. M. le Vicomte goes there once or twice a week to see if there is anything there from one of us." "They are in hiding somewhere close by, then?" But to this the girl gave no reply. Indeed, she felt as if any word now might choke her. "Well, no matter where they are," the inhuman wretch resumed with brutal cynicism. "We've got them now, both of them, Marquis, Vicomte. he added, and spat on the ground to express his contempt of such titles. Citizens Montorgueil, father and son, that's all they are, and as such they'll walk up in state to make their bow to Madame la Guillotine." "May we go now?" stammered Lucile through her tears. Lebel nodded in assent, and the girl rose and turned to walk towards the door. She called to the children, and the little ones clustered round her skirts like chicks around the mother hen. Only Etienne remained aloof, wrathful against his sister for what he deemed her treachery. "Women have no sense of honour," he muttered to himself, with all the pride of conscious manhood. But Lucile felt more than ever like a bird who is vainly trying to evade the clutches of a fowler. She gathered the two little ones around her, then with a cry like a wounded doe, she ran quickly out of the room. End of Book 10, Chapter 1. Book 10, Chapter 2 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 10, Needs Must. Chapter 2. As soon as the sound of the children's footsteps had died away down the corridor, Lebel turned with a grunt to his still silent companion. "And now, citizen Chauvelin," he said roughly, "perhaps you will be good enough to explain what is the meaning of all this tomfoolery." "Tomfoolery, citizen?" queried the other blandly. "What tomfoolery, pray?" "Why, about those papers," growled Lebel savagely. "Curse you for an interfering busybody. It was I who got information that those pestilential aristos, the Montorgueils, far from having fled the country, are in hiding somewhere in my district. I could have made the girl give up their hiding place pretty soon, without any help from you. What right had you to interfere, I should like to know?" "You know quite well what right I had, citizen Lebel," replied Chauvelin with perfect composure. "The right conferred upon me by the Committee of Public Safety, of whom I am still an unworthy member. They sent me down here to lend you a hand in an investigation which is of grave importance to them." "I know that," retorted Lebel sulkily. "But why have invented the story of the papers?" "It is no invention, citizen," rejoined Chauvelin with slow emphasis. "The papers do exist. They are actually in the possession of the Montorgueils, father and son. To capture the two aristos would not only be a blunder, but criminal folly, unless we can lay hands on the papers at the same time." "But what in Satan's name are those papers?" ejaculated Lebel with a fierce oath. "Think, citizen Lebel, think," was Chauvelin's cool rejoinder. "Methinks you might arrive at a pretty shrewd guess." Then, as the other's bluster and bounce suddenly collapsed upon his colleague's calm, accusing gaze, the latter continued with impressive deliberation: "The papers which the two aristos have in their possession, citizen, are receipts for money, for bribes paid to various members of the Committee of Public Safety by royalist agents for the overthrow of our glorious Republic. You know all about them, do you not?" While Chauvelin spoke, a look of furtive terror had crept into Lebel's eyes. His cheeks became the colour of lead, but even so he tried to keep up an air of incredulity and amazement. "I?" he exclaimed. "What do you mean, citizen Chauvelin? What should I know about it?" "Some of those receipts are signed with your name, citizen Lebel," retorted Chauvelin forcefully. "Bah!" he added, and a tone of savage contempt crept into his even, calm voice now. "Heriot, Fouquier, Ducros, and the whole gang of you are in it up to the neck, trafficking with our enemies, trading with England, taking bribes from every quarter for working against the safety of the Republic. Ah! if I had my way, I would let the hatred of those aristos take its course, I would let the Montorgueils and the whole pack of royalist agents publish those infamous proofs of your treachery and of your baseness to the entire world, and send the whole lot of you to the guillotine." He had spoken with so much concentrated fury, and the hatred and contempt expressed in his pale eyes were so fierce, that an involuntary ice cold shiver ran down the length of Lebel's spine. But even so he would not give in. He tried to sneer and to keep up something of his former surly defiance. "Bah!" he exclaimed, and with a lowering glance gave hatred for hatred, and contempt for contempt. "What can you do? And I am not mistaken, there is no more discredited man in France to day than the unsuccessful tracker of the Scarlet Pimpernel." The taunt went home. It was Chauvelin's turn now to lose countenance, to pale to the lips. The glow of virtuous indignation died out of his eyes, and his look became furtive and shamed. "You are right, citizen Lebel," he said calmly after a while. "Recriminations between us are out of place. I am a discredited man, as you say. Perhaps it would have been better if the Committee had sent me long ago to expiate my failures on the guillotine. I should at least not have suffered, as I am suffering now, daily, hourly humiliation at the thought of the triumph of an enemy whom I hate with a passion which consumes my very soul. But do not let us speak of me," he went on quietly. "There are graver affairs at stake just now than mine own." Lebel said nothing more for the moment. Perhaps he was satisfied at the success of his taunt, even though the terror within his craven soul still caused the cold shiver to course up and down his spine. Chauvelin had once more turned to the window. His gaze was fixed upon the distance far away. The window gave on the north. That way, in a straight line, lay Calais, Boulogne, England, where he had been made to suffer such bitter humiliation at the hands of his elusive enemy. And immediately before him was Paris, where the very walls seemed to echo that mocking laugh of the daring Englishman which would haunt him even to his grave. Lebel, unnerved by his colleague's silence, broke in gruffly at last. "Well then, citizen," he said with a feeble attempt at another sneer, "if you are not thinking of sending us all to the guillotine just yet, perhaps you will be good enough to explain just how the matter stands." "Fairly simple, alas!" replied Chauvelin dryly. "The two Montorgueils, father and son, under assumed names, were the royalist agents who succeeded in suborning men such as you, citizen, the whole gang of you. We have tracked them down to this district, have confiscated their lands, and ransacked the old chateau for valuables and so on. 2 days later, the first of a series of pestilential anonymous letters reached the Committee of Public Safety, threatening the publication of a whole series of compromising documents if the Marquis and the Vicomte de Montorgueil were in any way molested, and if all the Montorgueil property is not immediately restored." "I suppose it is quite certain that those receipts and documents do exist?" suggested Lebel. "Perfectly certain. One of the receipts, signed by Heriot, was sent as a specimen." "My God!" ejaculated Lebel, and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Yes, you'll all want help from somewhere," retorted Chauvelin coolly. "From above or from below, what, if the people get to know what miscreants you are. I do believe," he added with a vicious snap of his thin lips, "that they would cheat the guillotine of you and, in the end, drag you out of the tumbrils and tear you to pieces limb from limb." Once more that look of furtive terror crept into the commissary's bloodshot eyes. "Thank the Lord," he muttered, "that we were able to get hold of the wench Clamette." "At my suggestion," retorted Chauvelin curtly. "I always believe in threatening the weak if you want to coerce the strong. The Montorgueils cannot resist the wench's appeal. Even if they do at first, we can apply the screw by clapping one of the young ones in gaol. Within a week we shall have those papers, citizen Lebel, and if, in the meanwhile, no one commits a further blunder, we can close the trap on the Montorgueils without further trouble." Lebel said nothing more, and after a while Chauvelin went back to the desk, picked up the letter which poor Lucile had written and watered with her tears, folded it deliberately, and slipped it into the inner pocket of his coat. "What are you going to do?" queried Lebel anxiously. "Drop this letter into the hollow tree by the side of the stable gate at Montorgueil," replied Chauvelin simply. "What?" exclaimed the other. "Yourself?" "Why, of course. Think you I would entrust such an errand to another living soul?" End of Book 10. Chapter 2. Book 10, Chapter 3 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 10. Needs Must. Chapter 3. A couple of hours later, when the two children had had their dinner and had settled down to play in the garden, and father had been cosily tucked up for his afternoon sleep, Lucile called her brother Etienne to her. The boy had not spoken to her since that terrible time spent in the presence of those two awful men. He had eaten no dinner, only sat glowering, staring straight out before him, from time to time throwing a look of burning reproach upon his sister. Now, when she called to him, he tried to run away, was halfway up the stairs before she could seize hold of him. "Etienne, mon petit," she implored as her arms closed around his shrinking figure. "Let me go, Lucile," the boy pleaded obstinately. "Mon petit, listen to me," she pleaded. "All is not lost, if you will stand by me." "All is lost, Lucile," Etienne cried, striving to keep back a flood of passionate tears. "Honour is lost. Your treachery has disgraced us all. If M. le Marquis and M. le Vicomte are brought to the guillotine, their blood will be upon our heads." "Upon mine alone, my little Etienne," she said sadly. "But God alone can judge me. It was a terrible alternative. M. le Marquis, or you and Valentine and little Josephine and poor father, who is so helpless. But don't let us talk of it. All is not lost, I am sure. The last time that I spoke with M. le Marquis, it was in February, do you remember? He was full of hope, and oh, so kind. Well, he told me then that if ever I or any of us here were in such grave trouble that we did not know where to turn, one of us was to put on our very oldest clothes, look as like a barefooted beggar as we could, and then go to Paris to a place called the Cabaret de la Liberté in the Rue Christine. There we were to ask for the citizen Rateau, and we were to tell him all our troubles, whatever they might be. Well, we are in such trouble now, mon petit, that we don't know where to turn. Put on thy very oldest clothes, little one, and run barefooted into Paris. Find the citizen Rateau, and tell him just what has happened. The letter which they have forced me to write, the threats which they held over me if I did not write it, everything. Dost hear?" Already the boy's eyes were glowing. The thought that he individually could do something to retrieve the awful shame of his sister's treachery spurred him to activity. It needed no persuasion on Lucile's part to induce him to go. She made him put on some old clothes and stuffed a piece of bread and cheese into his breeches pocket. It was close upon a couple of leagues to Paris, but that run was one of the happiest which Etienne had ever made, and he did it barefooted too, feeling neither fatigue nor soreness, despite the hardness of the road after 2 weeks' drought, which had turned mud into hard cakes and ruts into fissures, which tore the lad's feet till they bled. He did not reach the Cabaret de la Liberté till nightfall, and when he got there he hardly dared to enter. The filth, the squalor, the hoarse voices which rose from that cellar-like place below the level of the street, repelled the country-bred lad. Were it not for the desperate urgency of his errand, he never would have dared to enter. As it was, the fumes of alcohol and steaming, dirty clothes nearly choked him, and he could scarce stammer the name of citizen Rateau when a gruff voice presently demanded his purpose. He realized now how tired he was and how hungry. He had not thought to pause in order to consume the small provision of bread and cheese wherewith thoughtful Lucile had provided him. Now he was ready to faint when a loud guffaw, which echoed from one end of the horrible place to the other, greeted his timid request. "Citizen Rateau!" the same gruff voice called out hilariously. "Why, there he is! Here, citizen, there's a blooming aristo to see you." Etienne turned his weary eyes to the corner which was being indicated to him. There he saw a huge creature sprawling across a bench, with long powerful limbs stretched out before him. Citizen Rateau was clothed rather than dressed in a soiled shirt, ragged breeches, and tattered stockings, with shoes down at heel and faded crimson cap. His face looked congested and sunken about the eyes. He appeared to be asleep, for stertorous breathing came at intervals from between his parted lips, whilst every now and then a racking cough seemed to tear at his broad chest. Etienne gave him one look, shuddering with horror, despite himself, at the aspect of this bloated wretch from whom salvation was to come. The whole place seemed to him hideous and loathsome in the extreme. What it all meant he could not understand. All that he knew was that this seemed like another hideous trap into which he and Lucile had fallen, and that he must fly from it, fly at all costs, before he betrayed M. le Marquis still further to these drink-sodden brutes. Another moment, and he feared that he might faint. The din of a bibulous song rang in his ears. The reek of alcohol turned him giddy and sick. He had only just enough strength to turn and totter back into the open. There his senses reeled. The lights in the houses opposite began to dance wildly before his eyes, after which he remembered nothing more. End of Book 10, Chapter 3. Book 10, Chapter 4 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 10, Needs Must. Chapter 4. There was nothing now in the whole countryside quite so desolate and forlorn as the chateau of Montorgueil, with its once magnificent park now overgrown with weeds, its encircling walls broken down, its terraces devastated, and its stately gates rusty and torn. Just by the side of what was known in happier times as the stable gate, there stands a hollow tree. It is not inside the park, but just outside, and shelters the narrow lane, which skirts the park walls, against the blaze of the afternoon sun. Its beneficent shade is a favourite spot for an afternoon siesta, for there is a bit of green sward under the tree, and all along the side of the road. But as the shades of evening gather in, the lane is usually deserted, shunned by the neighbouring peasantry on account of its eerie loneliness, so different to the former bustle which used to reign around the park gates when M. le Marquis and his family were still in residence. Nor does the lane lead anywhere, for it is a mere loop which gives on the main road at either end. Henri de Montorgueil chose a particularly dark night in mid September for one of his periodical visits to the hollow tree. It was close on 9 o'clock when he passed stealthily down the lane, keeping close to the park wall. A soft rain was falling, the first since the prolonged drought, and though it made the road heavy and slippery in places, it helped to deaden the sound of the young man's furtive footsteps. The air, except for the patter of the rain, was absolutely still. Henri de Montorgueil paused from time to time with neck craned forward, every sense on the alert, listening, like any poor hunted beast, for the slightest sound which might betray the approach of danger. As many a time before, he reached the hollow tree in safety, felt for and found in the usual place the letter which the unfortunate girl Lucile had written to him. Then, with it in his hand, he turned to the stable gate. It had long since ceased to be kept locked and barred. Pillaged and ransacked by the order of the Committee of Public Safety, there was nothing left inside the park walls worth keeping under lock and key. Henri slipped stealthily through the gates and made his way along the drive. Every stone, every nook and cranny of his former home was familiar to him, and anon he turned into a shed where in former times wheelbarrows and garden tools were wont to be kept. Now it was full of debris, lumber of every sort. A more safe or secluded spot could not be imagined. Henri crouched in the furthermost corner of the shed. Then from his belt he detached a small dark lantern, opened its shutter, and with the aid of a tiny dim light read the contents of the letter. For a long while after that he remained quite still as a man who has received a stunning blow on the head and has partly lost consciousness. The blow was indeed a staggering one. Lucile Clamette, with the invincible power of her own helplessness, was demanding the surrender of a weapon which had been a safeguard for the Montorgueils all this while. The papers, which compromised a number of influential members of the Committee of Public Safety, had been the most perfect arms of defence against persecution and spoliation. And now these were to be given up. Oh, there could be no question of that. Even before consulting with his father, Henri knew that the papers would have to be given up. They were clever, those revolutionaries. The thought of holding innocent children as hostages could only have originated in minds attuned to the villainies of devils. But it was unthinkable that the children should suffer. After a while the young man roused himself from the torpor into which the suddenness of this awful blow had plunged him. By the light of the lantern he began to write upon a sheet of paper which he had torn from his pocket book. "My dear Lucile," he wrote, "as you say, our debt to your father and to you all could never be adequately repaid. You and the children shall never suffer whilst we have the power to save you. You will find the papers in the receptacle you know of, inside the chimney of what used to be my mother's boudoir. You will find the receptacle unlocked. One day before the term you name, I myself will place the papers there for you. With them, my father and I do give up our lives to save you and the little ones from the persecution of those fiends. May the good God guard you all." He signed the letter with his initials, H.D.M. Then he crept back to the gate and dropped the message into the hollow of the tree. A quarter of an hour later, Henri de Montorgueil was wending his way back to the hiding place which had sheltered him and his father for so long. Silence and darkness then held undisputed sway once more around the hollow tree. Even the rain had ceased its gentle pattering. Anon from far away came the sound of a church bell striking the hour of 10. Then nothing more. A few more minutes of absolute silence, then something dark and furtive began to move out of the long grass which bordered the roadside. Something that in movement was almost like a snake. It dragged itself along close to the ground, making no sound as it moved. Soon it reached the hollow tree, rose to the height of a man and flattened itself against the tree trunk. Then it put out a hand, felt for the hollow receptacle, and groped for the missive which Henri de Montorgueil had dropped in there a while ago. The next moment a tiny ray of light gleamed through the darkness like a star. A small, almost fragile figure of a man, dressed in the mud-stained clothes of a country yokel, had turned up the shutter of a small lantern. By its flickering light he deciphered the letter which Henri de Montorgueil had written to Lucile Clamette. "One day before the term you name, I myself will place the papers there for you." A sigh of satisfaction, quickly suppressed, came through his thin, colourless lips, and the light of the lantern caught the flash of triumph in his pale, inscrutable eyes. Then the light was extinguished. Impenetrable darkness, swallowed up that slender, mysterious figure again. End of Book 10, Chapter 4. Book 10, Chapter 5 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 10. Needs Must. Chapter 5. 6 days had gone by since Chauvelin had delivered his cruel either-or to poor little Lucile Clamette. 3 since he had found Henri de Montorgueil's reply to the girl's appeal in the hollow of the tree. Since then he had made a careful investigation of the chateau, and soon was able to settle it in his own mind as to which room had been Madame la Marquise's boudoir in the past. It was a small apartment, having direct access on the first landing of the staircase, and the one window gave on the rose garden at the back of the house. Inside the monumental hearth, at an arm's length up the wide chimney, a receptacle had been contrived in the brickwork, with a small iron door which opened and closed with a secret spring. Chauvelin, whom his nefarious calling had rendered proficient in such matters, had soon mastered the workings of that spring. He could now open and close the iron door at will. Up to a late hour on the 6th night of this weary waiting, the receptacle inside the chimney was still empty. That night Chauvelin had determined to spend at the chateau. He could not have rested elsewhere. Even his colleague Lebel could not know what the possession of those papers would mean to the discredited agent of the Committee of Public Safety. With them in his hands, he could demand rehabilitation, and could purchase immunity from those sneers which had been so galling to his arrogant soul, sneers which had become more and more marked, more and more unendurable, and more menacing as he piled up failure on failure with every encounter with the Scarlet Pimpernel. Immunity and rehabilitation. This would mean that he could once more measure his wits and his power with that audacious enemy who had brought about his downfall. "In the name of Satan, bring us those papers!" Robespierre himself had cried with unwonted passion ere he sent him out on this important mission. We none of us could stand the scandal of such disclosures. It would mean absolute ruin for us all. And Chauvelin that night, as soon as the shades of evening had drawn in, took up his stand in the chateau, in a small inner room which was contiguous to the boudoir. Here he sat, beside the open window, for hour upon hour, his every sense on alert, listening for the first footfall upon the gravel path below. Though the hours went by leaden-footed, he was neither excited nor anxious. The Clamette family was such a precious hostage that the Montorgueils were bound to comply with Lucile's demand for the papers by every dictate of honour and of humanity. "While we have those people in our power," Chauvelin had reiterated to himself more than once during the course of this long vigil, "even that meddlesome Scarlet Pimpernel can do nothing to save those cursed Montorgueils." The night was dark and still. Not a breath of air stirred the branches of the trees or the shrubberies in the park. Any footsteps, however wary, must echo through that perfect and absolute silence. Chauvelin's keen, pale eyes tried to pierce the gloom in the direction whence in all probability the aristo would come. Vaguely he wondered if it would be Henri de Montorgueil or the old Marquis himself who would bring the papers. "Bah! Whichever one it is," he muttered, "we can easily get the other once those abominable papers are in our hands. And even if both the aristos escape," he added mentally, "'tis no matter, once we have the papers." Anon, far away, a distant church bell struck the midnight hour. The stillness of the air had become oppressive. A kind of torpor born of intense fatigue lulled the Terrorist's sense to somnolence. His head fell forward on his breast. End of Book 10, Chapter 5. Book 10, Chapter 6 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 10, Needs Must. Chapter 6. Then suddenly a shiver of excitement went right through him. He was fully awake now, with glowing eyes, wide open, and the icy calm of perfect confidence ruling every nerve. The sound of stealthy footsteps had reached his ear. He could see nothing, either outside or in, but his fingers felt for the pistol which he carried in his belt. The aristo was evidently alone. Only one solitary footstep was approaching the chateau. Chauvelin had left the door ajar, which gave on the boudoir. The staircase was on the other side of that fateful room, and the door leading to that was closed. A few minutes of tense expectancy went by. Then through the silence there came the sound of furtive footsteps on the stairs, the creaking of a loose board, and finally the stealthy opening of the door. In all his adventurous career Chauvelin had never felt so calm. His heart beat quite evenly, his senses were undisturbed by the slightest tingling of his nerves. The stealthy sounds in the next room brought the movements of the aristo perfectly clear before his mental vision. The latter was carrying a small dark lantern. As soon as he entered he flashed its light about the room. Then he deposited the lantern on the floor close beside the hearth, and started to feel up the chimney for the hidden receptacle. Chauvelin watched him now, like a cat watches a mouse, savouring these few moments of anticipated triumph. He pushed open the door noiselessly which gave on the boudoir. By the feeble light of the lantern on the ground, he could only see the vague outline of the aristo's back, bending forward to his task, but a thrill went through him as he saw a bundle of papers lying on the ground close by. Everything was ready, the trap was set. Here was a complete victory at last. It was obviously the young Vicomte de Montorgueil who had come to do the deed. His head was up the chimney even now. The old Marquise's back would have looked narrower and more fragile. Chauvelin held his breath. Then he gave a sharp little cough and took the pistol from his belt. The sound caused the aristo to turn, and the next moment a loud and merry laugh roused the dormant echoes of the old chateau, whilst a pleasant, drawly voice said in English: "I am demmed if this is not my dear old friend, Monsieur Chambertin. Zounds, sir, who'd have thought of meeting you here?" Had a cannon suddenly exploded at Chauvelin's feet, he would, I think, have felt less unnerved. For the space of 2 heartbeats he stood there, rooted to the spot, his eyes glued on his arch enemy, that execrated Scarlet Pimpernel, whose mocking glance, even through the intervening gloom, seemed to have deprived him of consciousness. But that phase of helplessness only lasted for a moment. The next, all the marvellous possibilities of this encounter flashed through the Terrorist's keen mind. Everything was ready, the trap was set, the unfortunate Clamettes were still the bait which would now bring a far more noble quarry into the mesh than ever he, Chauvelin, had dared to hope. He raised his pistol, ready to fire, but already Sir Percy Blakeney was on him, and with a swift movement, which the other was too weak to resist, he wrenched the weapon from his enemy's grasp. "Why, how hasty you are, my dear Monsieur Chambertin," he said lightly. "Surely you are not in such a hurry to put a demmed bullet into me?" The position was now one which would have made even a braver man than Chauvelin quake. He stood alone and unarmed in face of an enemy from whom he could expect no mercy. But, even so, his first thought was not of escape. He had not only apprised his own danger, but also the immense power which he held whilst the Clamettes remained as hostages in the hands of his colleague Lebel. "You have me at a disadvantage, Sir Percy," he said, speaking every whit as coolly as his foe, "but only momentarily. You can kill me, of course, but if I do not return from this expedition, not only safe and sound, but with a certain packet of papers in my hand, my colleague Lebel has instructions to proceed at once against the girl Clamette and the whole family." "I know that well enough," rejoined Sir Percy with a quaint laugh. "I know what venomous reptiles you and those of your kidney are. You certainly do owe your life at the present moment to the unfortunate girl whom you are persecuting with such infamous callousness." Chauvelin drew a sigh of relief. The situation was shaping itself more to his satisfaction already. Through the gloom he could vaguely discern the Englishman's massive form standing a few paces away, one hand buried in his breeches pocket, the other still holding the pistol. On the ground close by the hearth was the small lantern, and in its dim light the packet of papers gleamed white and tempting in the darkness. Chauvelin's keen eyes had fastened on it, saw the form of receipt for money with Heriot's signature, which he recognized, on the top. He himself had never felt so calm. The only thing he could regret was that he was alone. Half a dozen men now, and this impudent foe could indeed be brought to his knees. And this time there would be no risks taken, no chances for escape. Somehow it seemed to Chauvelin as if something of the Scarlet Pimpernel's audacity and foresight had gone from him. As he stood there, looking broad and physically powerful, there was something wavering and undecided in his attitude, as if the edge had been taken off his former recklessness and enthusiasm. He had brought the compromising papers here, had no doubt helped the Montorgueils to escape, but while Lucile Clamette and her family were under the eye of Lebel, no amount of impudence could force a successful bargaining. It was Chauvelin now who appeared the more keen and the more alert. The Englishman seemed undecided what to do next, remained silent, toying with the pistol; he even smothered a yawn. Chauvelin saw his opportunity. With the quick movement of a cat pouncing upon a mouse, he stooped and seized that packet of papers. Would then and there have made a dash for the door with them, only that, as he seized the packet, the string which held it together gave way and the papers were scattered all over the floor. Receipts for money? Compromising letters? No! Blank sheets of paper, all of them, all except the one which had lain tantalizingly on the top, the one receipt signed by citizen Heriot. Sir Percy laughed lightly. "Did you really think, my good friend," he said, "that I would be such a demmed fool as to place my best weapon so readily to your hand?" "Your best weapon, Sir Percy?" retorted Chauvelin with a sneer. "What use is it to you while we hold Lucile Clamette?" "While I hold Lucile Clamette, you mean, my dear Monsieur Chambertin," riposted Blakeney with elaborate blandness. "You hold Lucile Clamette? Bah! I defy you to drag a whole family like that out of our clutches. The man a cripple, the children helpless, and you think they can escape our vigilance when all our men are warned? How do you think they are going to get across the river, Sir Percy, when every bridge is closely watched? How will they get across Paris, when at every gate our men are on the look out for them?" "They can't do it, my dear Monsieur Chambertin," rejoined Sir Percy blandly, "else I were not here." Then, as Chauvelin, fuming, irritated despite himself, as he always was when he encountered that impudent Englishman, shrugged his shoulders in token of contempt, Blakeney's powerful grasp suddenly clutched his arm. "Let us understand one another, my good Monsieur Chambertin," he said coolly. "Those unfortunate Clamettes, as you say, are too helpless and too numerous to smuggle across Paris with any chance of success. Therefore I look to you to take them under your protection. They are all stowed away comfortably at this moment in a conveyance which I have provided for them. That conveyance is waiting at the bridgehead now. We could not cross without your help. We could not get across Paris without your august presence and your tricolour scarf of office. So you are coming with us, my dear Monsieur Chambertin," he continued, and with force which was quite irresistible he began to drag his enemy after him towards the door. "You are going to sit in that conveyance with the Clamets, and I myself will have the honour to drive you, and at every bridgehead you will show your pleasing countenance and your scarf of office to the guard and demand free passage for yourself and your family as the representative member of the Committee of Public Safety. And then we'll enter Paris by the Porte d'Ivry, and leave it by the Batignolles, and everywhere your charming presence will lull the guard's suspicions to rest. I pray you come. There is no time to consider. At noon tomorrow, without a moment's grace, my friend Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, who has the papers in his possession, will dispose of them as he thinks best, unless I myself do claim them from him." While he spoke he continued to drag his enemy along with him, with an assurance and an impudence which were past belief. Chauvelin was trying to collect his thoughts. A whirl of conflicting pains were running riot in his mind. The Scarlet Pimpernel in his power. At any point on the road he could deliver him up to the nearest guard, then still hold the Clamets and demand the papers. "Too late, my dear Monsieur Chambertin," Sir Percy's mocking voice broke in, as if divining his thoughts. "You do not know where to find my friend Ffoulkes, and at noon tomorrow, if I do not arrive to claim those papers, there will not be a single ragamuffin in Paris who will not be crying your shame and that of your precious colleagues upon the housetops." Chauvelin's whole nervous system was writhing with the feeling of impotence. Mechanically, unresisting now, he followed his enemy down the main staircase of the chateau and out through the wide open gates. He could not bring himself to believe that he had been so completely foiled, that this impudent adventurer had him once more in the hollow of his hand. "In the name of Satan, bring us back those papers," Robespierre had commanded. And now he, Chauvelin, was left in a maze of doubt, and the vital alternative was hammering in his brain. The Scarlet Pimpernel or those papers? Which, in Satan's name, was the more important? Passion whispered the Scarlet Pimpernel, but common sense and the future of his party, the whole future of the Revolution mayhap, demanded those compromising papers. And all the while he followed that relentless enemy through the avenues of the park and down the lonely lane. Overhead the trees of the forest of Sucy, nodding in a gentle breeze, seemed to mock his perplexity. He had not arrived at a definite decision when the river came in sight, and when anon a carriage lantern threw a shaft of dim light through the mist laden air. Now he felt as if he were in a dream. He was thrust unresisting into a closed chaise, wherein he felt the presence of several other people, children, an old man who was muttering ceaselessly. As in a dream he answered questions at the bridge to a guard whom he knew well. "You know me, Armand Chauvelin, of the Committee of Public Safety." As in a dream he heard the curt words of command: "Pass on, in the name of the Republic." And all the while the thought hammered in his brain: something must be done. This is impossible. This cannot be. It is not I, Chauvelin, who am sitting here helpless, unresisting. It is not that impudent Scarlet Pimpernel who is sitting there before me on the box, driving me to utter humiliation. And yet it was all true, all real. The Clamette children were sitting in front of him, clinging to Lucile, terrified of him even now. The old man was beside him, imbecile and not understanding. The boy, Etienne, was up on the box next to that audacious adventurer whose broad back appeared to Chauvelin like a rock on which all his hopes and dreams must for ever be shattered. The chaise rattled triumphantly through the Batignolles. It was then broad daylight. A brilliant early autumn day after the rains. The sun, the keen air, all mocked Chauvelin's helplessness, his humiliation. Long before noon they passed Saint Denis. Here the barouche turned off the main road, halted at a small wayside house, nothing more than a cottage, after which everything seemed more dreamlike than ever. All that Chauvelin remembered of it afterwards was that he was once more alone in a room with his enemy, who had demanded his signature to a number of safe conducts ere he finally handed over the packet of papers to him. How do I know that they are all here? He heard himself vaguely muttering, while his trembling fingers handled that precious packet. That's just it, his tormentor retorted airily. You don't know. I don't know myself, he added with a light laugh. And personally, I don't see how either of us can possibly ascertain. In the meanwhile, I must bid you au revoir, my dear Monsieur Chambertin. I am sorry that I cannot provide you with a conveyance, and you will have to walk a league or more ere you meet one, I fear me. We, in the meanwhile, will be well on our way to Dieppe, where my yacht, the Daydream, lies at anchor, and I do not think it will be worth your while to try and overtake us. I thank you for the safe conducts. They will make our journey exceedingly pleasant. Shall I give your regards to Monsieur le Marquis de Montorgueil, or to Monsieur le Vicomte? They are on board the Daydream, you know. Oh, and I was forgetting. Lady Blakeney desired to be remembered to you." The next moment he was gone. Chauvelin, standing at the window of the wayside house, saw Sir Percy Blakeney once more mount the box of the chaise. This time he had Sir Andrew Ffoulkes beside him. The Clamette family were huddled together, happy and free, inside the vehicle. After which there was the usual clatter of horses' hoofs, the creaking of wheels, the rattle of chains. Chauvelin saw and heard nothing of that. All that he saw at the last was Sir Percy's slender hand waving him a last adieu. After which he was left alone with his thoughts. The packet of papers was in his hand. He fingered it, felt its crispness, clutched it with a fierce gesture, which was followed by a long drawn out sigh of intense bitterness. No one would ever know what it had cost him to obtain these papers. No one would ever know how much he had sacrificed of pride, revenge, and hate in order to save a few shreds of his own party's honour. End of chapter 6. And end of book 10. Needs must.
Book 11, Chapter 1 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Luann. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 11, A Battle of Wits, Chapter 1. What had happened was this. Tournefort, one of the ablest of the many sleuth-hounds employed by the Committee of Public Safety, was out during that awful storm on the night of the 25th. The rain came down as if it had been poured out of buckets, and Tournefort took shelter under the portico of a tall, dilapidated-looking house somewhere at the back of St. Lazare. The night was, of course, pitch dark, and the howling of the wind and beating of the rain effectually drowned every other sound. Tournefort, chilled to the marrow, had at first cowered in the angle of the door, as far away from the draught as he could, but presently he spied the glimmer of a tiny light some little way up on his left, and taking this to come from the concierge's lodge, he went cautiously along the passage, intending to ask for better shelter against the fury of the elements than the rickety front door afforded. Tournefort, you must remember, was always on the best terms with every concierge in Paris. They were, as it were, his subordinates. Without their help he never could have carried on his unavowable profession quite so successfully. And they, in their turn, found it to their advantage to earn the goodwill of that army of spies which the revolutionary government kept in its service, for the tracking down of all those unfortunates who had not given complete adhesion to their tyrannical and murderous policy. Therefore, in this instance, Tournefort felt no hesitation in claiming the hospitality of the concierge of the squalid house wherein he found himself. He went boldly up to the lodge. His hand was already on the latch when certain sounds which proceeded from the interior of the lodge caused him to pause and to bend his ear in order to listen. It was Tournefort's métier to listen. What had arrested his attention was the sound of a man's voice, saying in a tone of deep respect, "Bien, Madame la Comtesse, we'll do our best." No wonder that the servant of the Committee of Public Safety remained at attention, no longer thought of the storm, or felt the cold blast chilling him to the marrow. Here was a wholly unexpected piece of good luck. Madame la Comtesse? Peste! There were not any such left in the Paris these days. Unfortunately, the tempest of the wind and the rain made such a din that it was difficult to catch every sound which came from the interior of the lodge. All that Tournefort caught definitely were a few fragments of conversation. "My good Monsieur Bertin," came at one time from a woman's voice, "truly I do not know why you should do all this for me." And then again, "All I possess in the world now are my diamonds. They alone stand between my children and utter destruction." The man's voice seemed all the time to be saying something that sounded cheerful and encouraging, but his voice came only as a vague murmur to the listener's ears. Presently, however, there came a word which set his pulses tingling. Madame said something about Gentilly, and directly afterwards, "You will have to be very careful, my dear Monsieur Bertin. The chateau, I feel sure, is being watched." Tournefort could scarce repress a cry of joy. Gentilly? Madame la Comtesse? The chateau? Why, of course, he held all the necessary threads already. The ci devant Comtesse de Sucy, a pestilential aristo if ever there was one, had been sent to the guillotine less than a fortnight ago. His chateau, situated just outside Gentilly, stood empty, it having been given out that the widow Sucy and her 2 children had escaped to England. Well, she had not gone apparently, for here she was, in the lodge of the concierge of a mean house, in one of the desolate quarters of Paris, begging some traitor to find her diamonds for her, which she had obviously left concealed inside the chateau. What a haul for Tournefort! What commendation from his superiors! The chances of a speedy promotion were indeed glorious now. He blessed the storm and the rain which had driven him for shelter to this house, where a poisonous plot was being hatched to rob the people of valuable property, and to aid a few more of those abominable aristos in cheating the guillotine of their traitorous heads. He listened for a while longer, in order to get all the information that he could on the subject of the diamonds, because he knew by experience that those perfidious aristos, once they were under arrest, would sooner bite out their tongues than reveal anything that might be of service to the government of the people. But he learned little else. Nothing was revealed of where Madame la Comtesse was in hiding, or how the diamonds were to be disposed of once they were found. Tournefort would have given much to have at least one of his colleagues with him. As it was, he would be forced to act single-handed and on his own initiative. In his own mind he had already decided that he would wait until Madame la Comtesse came out of the concierge's lodge, and that he would follow her and apprehend her somewhere out in the open streets, rather than here, where her friend Bertin might prove to be a stalwart as well as a desperate man, ready with a pistol whilst he, Tournefort, was unarmed. Bertin, who had, it seemed, been entrusted with the task of finding the diamonds, could then be shadowed and arrested in the very act of filching property which by decree of the state belonged to the people. So he waited patiently for a while. No doubt the aristo would remain here under shelter until the storm had abated. The sound of voices died down, and an extraordinary silence descended on this miserable abandoned corner of old Paris. The silence became all the more marked after a while, because the rain ceased its monotonous pattering, and the sighing of the wind was stilled. It was, in fact, this amazing stillness which set citizen Tournefort thinking. Evidently the aristo did not intend to come out of the lodge tonight. Well, Tournefort had not meant to make himself unpleasant inside the house, or to have a quarrel just yet with the traitor Bertin, whoever he was, but his hand was forced, and he had no option. The door of the lodge was locked. He tugged vigorously at the bell again and again, for at first he got no answer. A few minutes later he heard the sound of shuffling footsteps upon creaking boards. The door was opened, and a man in night attire, with bare, thin legs and tattered carpet slippers on his feet, confronted an exceedingly astonished servant of the Committee of Public Safety. Indeed, Tournefort thought that he must have been dreaming, or that he was dreaming now, for the man who opened the door to him was well known to every agent of the committee. He was an ex-soldier who had been crippled years ago by the loss of one arm, and had held the post of concierge in a house of the Rue des Paradis ever since. His name was Grosjean. He was very old, and nearly doubled up with rheumatism, had scarcely any hair on his head or flesh on his bones. At this moment he appeared to be suffering from a cold in the head, for his eyes were streaming, and his narrow hooked nose was adorned by a drop of moisture at its tip. In fact, poor old Grosjean looked more like a dilapidated scarecrow than a dangerous conspirator. Tournefort literally gasped at the sight of him, and Grosjean uttered a kind of croak, intended, no doubt, for complete surprise. "Citizen Tournefort!" he exclaimed. "Name of a dog! What are you doing here at this hour and in this abominable weather? Come in!" he added, and turning on his heel he shuffled back to the inner room, and then returned carrying a lighted lamp, which he set upon the table. "Amelie left a sup of hot coffee on the hob in the kitchen before she went to bed. You must have a drop of that." He was about to shuffle off again when Tournefort broke in roughly. "None of that nonsense, Grosjean. Where are the aristos?" "The aristos, citizen?" queried Grosjean, and nothing could have looked more utterly, more ludicrously bewildered than did the old concierge at this moment. "What aristos?" "Bertin and Madame la Comtesse," retorted Tournefort gruffly. "I heard them talking." "You have been dreaming, citizen Tournefort," the old man said with a husky little laugh. "Sit down and let me get you some coffee." "Don't try and hoodwink me, Grosjean," Tournefort cried now in a sudden access of rage. "I tell you that I saw the light. I heard the aristos talking. There was a man named Bertin, and a woman he called Madame la Comtesse, and I say that some devilish royalist plot is being hatched here, and that you, Grosjean, will suffer for it if you try and shield those aristos." "But, citizen Tournefort," replied the concierge meekly, "I assure you that I have seen no aristos. The door of my bedroom was open, and the lamp was by my bedside. Amélie, too, has only been in bed a few minutes. You ask her. There has been no one, I tell you. No one. I should have seen and heard them. The door was open," he reiterated pathetically. "We'll soon see about that," was Tournefort's curt comment. But it was his turn to indeed be utterly bewildered. He searched, none too gently, the squalid little lodge through and through, turned the paltry sticks of furniture over, hauled little Amélie, Grosjean's granddaughter, out of bed, searched under the mattresses, and even poked his head up the chimney. Grosjean watched him, wholly unperturbed. These were strange times, and friend Tournefort had obviously gone a little off his head. The worthy old concierge calmly went on getting the coffee ready. Only when presently Tournefort, worn out with anger and futile exertion, threw himself, with many an oath, into the one armchair, Grosjean remarked coolly, "I tell you what I think it is, citizen. If you were standing just by the door of the lodge, you had the back staircase of the house immediately behind you. The partition wall is very thin, and there is a disused door just there also. No doubt the voices came from there. You see, if there had been any aristos here," he added naively, "they could not have flown up the chimney, could they?" That argument was certainly unanswerable, but Tournefort was out of temper. He roughly ordered Grosjean to bring the lamp and show him the back staircase and the disused door. The concierge obeyed without a murmur. He was not in the least disturbed or frightened by all this blustering. He was only afraid that getting out of bed had made his cold worse. But he knew Tournefort of old. A good fellow, but inclined to be noisy and arrogant, since he was in the employ of the government. Grosjean took the precaution of putting on his trousers and wrapping an old shawl around his shoulders. Then he had a final sip of hot coffee, after which he picked up the lamp and guided Tournefort out of the lodge. The wind had quite gone down by now. The lamp scarcely flickered as Grosjean held it above his head. "Just here, citizen Tournefort," he said, and turned sharply to his left. But the next sound which he uttered was a loud croak of astonishment. "That door has been out of use since I've been here," he muttered. "And it certainly was closed when I stood up against it," rejoined Tournefort with a savage oath. "Or, of course, I should have noticed it." Close to the lodge, at right angles to it, a door stood partially open. Tournefort went through it, closely followed by Grosjean. He found himself in a passage which ended in a cul-de-sac on his right. On the left was the foot of the stairs. The whole place was pitch dark save for the feeble light of the lamp. The cul-de-sac itself reeked of dirt and fustiness, as if it had not been cleaned or ventilated for years. "When did you last notice that this door was closed?" queried Tournefort, furious with the sense of discomfiture, which he would have liked to vent on the unfortunate concierge. "I have not noticed it for some days, citizen," replied Grosjean meekly. "I have had a severe cold, and have not been outside my lodge since Monday last. But we'll ask Amélie. he added more hopefully. Amelie, however, could throw no light upon the subject. She certainly kept the back stairs cleaned and swept, but it was not part of her duties to extend her sweeping operations as far as the cul-de-sac. She had quite enough to do as it was, with grandfather now practically helpless. This morning, when she went out to do her shopping, she had not noticed whether the disused door did or did not look the same as usual. Grosjean was very sorry for his friend Tournefort, who appeared vastly upset, but still more sorry for himself, for he knew what endless trouble this would entail upon him. Nor was the trouble slow in coming, not only on Grosjean, but on every lodger inside the house, for before half an hour had gone by, Tournefort had gone and come back, this time with the local commissary of police and a couple of agents, who had every man, woman, and child in that house out of bed and examined at great length, their identity books searchingly overhauled, their rooms turned topsy-turvy, and their furniture knocked about. It was past midnight before all these perquisitions were completed. No one dared to complain at these indignities put upon peaceable citizens at the mere denunciation of an obscure police agent. These were times when every regulation, every command, had to be accepted without a murmur. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Grosjean himself was thankful to get back to bed, having satisfied the commissary that he was not a dangerous conspirator. But of anyone even remotely approaching the description of ci-devant Comtesse de Sucy, or of any man called Bertin, there was not the faintest trace. End of Book 11, Chapter 1. Recording by Sarah Luann. Book 11, Chapter 2 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Luann. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 11, A Battle of Wits. Chapter 2. But no feeling of discomfort ever lasted very long with citizen Tournefort. He was a person of vast resource and great buoyancy of temperament. True, he had not apprehended two exceedingly noxious aristos, as he had hoped to do, but he held the threads of an abominable conspiracy in his hands, and the question of catching both Bertin and Madame la Comtesse red-handed was only a question of time. But little time had been lost. There was always someone to be found at the offices of the Committee of Public Safety, which were open all night. It was possible that citizen Chauvelin would be still there, for he often took on the night shift, or else citizen Gordon. It was Gordon who greeted his subordinate, somewhat ill-humouredly, for he was indulging in a little sleep, with his toes turned to the fire, as the night was so damp and cold. But when he heard Tournefort's story, he was all eagerness and zeal. "It is, of course, too late to do anything now," he said finally, after he had mastered every detail of the man's adventures in the Rue des Paradis. "But get together half a dozen men upon whom you can rely, and by 6 o'clock in the morning, or even 5, we'll be on our way to Gentilly. Citizen Chauvelin was only saying today that he strongly suspected the ci-devant Comtesse de Sucy of having left the bulk of her valuable jewellery at the chateau, and that she would make some effort to get possession of it. It would be rather fine, citizen Tournefort," he added with a chuckle, "if you and I could steal a march on citizen Chauvelin after this affair, what? He has been extraordinarily arrogant of late, and marvellously in favour, not only with the committee, but with citizen Robespierre himself." "They say," commented Tournefort, "that he succeeded in getting hold of some papers which were of great value to the members of the committee." "He never succeeded in getting hold of that meddlesome Englishman whom they call the Scarlet Pimpernel," was Gordon's final dry comment. Thus was the matter decided on, and the following morning at daybreak, Gourdon, who was only a subordinate officer on the Committee of Public Safety, took it upon himself to institute a perquisition in the chateau of Gentilly, which is situated close to the commune of that name. He was accompanied by his friend Tournefort and a gang of half a dozen ruffians recruited from the most disreputable cabarets of Paris. The intention had been to steal a march on citizen Chauvelin, who had been over-arrogant of late, but the result did not come up to expectations. By midday the chateau had been ransacked from attic to cellar, every kind of valuable property had been destroyed, priceless works of art irretrievably damaged. But priceless works of art had no market in Paris these days, and the property of real value, the Sucy diamonds namely, which had excited the cupidity or the patriotic wrath of citizens Gourdon and Tournefort, could nowhere be found. To make the situation more deplorable still, the Committee of Public Safety had in some unexplainable way got wind of the affair, and the two worthies had the mortification of seeing Citizen Chauvelin presently appear upon the scene. It was then 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gourdon, after he had snatched a hasty dinner at a neighbouring cabaret, had returned to the task of pulling the chateau of Gentilly about his own ears if need be, with a view to finding the concealed treasure. For the nonce he was standing in the centre of the finely proportioned hall. The rich ormolu and crystal chandelier lay in a tangled, broken heap of scraps at his feet, and all around there was a confused medley of pictures, statuettes, silver ornaments, tapestry and brocade hangings, all piled up in disorder, smashed, tattered, kicked at now and then by Gourdon, to the accompaniment of a savage oath. The house itself was full of noises, heavy footsteps tramping up and down the stairs, furniture turned over, curtains torn from their poles, doors and windows battered in, and through it all the ceaseless hammering of pick and axe attacking these stately walls which had withstood the wars and sieges of centuries. Every now and then Tournefort, his face perspiring and crimson with exertion, would present himself at the door of the hall. Gourdon would query gruffly, "Well?" and the answer was invariably the same, "Nothing." Then Gourdon would swear again, and send curt orders to continue the search relentlessly, ceaselessly. "Leave no stone upon stone," he commanded. "Those diamonds must be found. We know they are here, and, name of a dog, I mean to have them." When Chauvelin arrived at the chateau, he made no attempt at first to interfere with Gourdon's commands. Only on one occasion he remarked curtly, "I suppose, Citizen Gourdon, that you can trust your search party?" "Absolutely," retorted Gourdon. "A finer patriot than Tournefort does not exist." "Probably," rejoined the other dryly. "But what about the men?" "Oh, they are only a set of barefooted, ignorant louts. They do as they are told, and Tournefort has an eye on them. I dare say they'll contrive to steal a few things, but they would never dare to lay hands on valuable jewellery. To begin with, they could never dispose of it. Imagine a va-nu-pied peddling a diamond tiara!" "There are always receivers prepared to take risks." "Very few," Gourdon assured him, "since we decreed that trafficking with aristo property was a crime punishable by death." Chauvelin said nothing for the moment. He appeared wrapped in his own thoughts, listened for a while to the confused hubbub about the house, then he resumed abruptly, "Who are these men you are employing, Citizen Gourdon?" "A well-known gang," replied the other. "I can give you their names." "If you please." Gourdon searched his pockets for a paper which he found presently and handed to his colleague. The latter perused it thoughtfully. "Where did Tournefort find these men?" he asked. "For the most part at the Cabaret de la Liberté, a place of very evil repute down in the Rue Christine." "I know it," rejoined the other. He was still studying the list of names which Gourdon had given him. "And," he added, "I know most of these men. As thorough a set of ruffians as we need for some of our work. Méry, Guildal, Rateau, Desmonts. Tiens!" he exclaimed. "Rateau! Is Rateau here now?" "Why, of course, he was recruited like the rest of them, for the day. He won't leave till he has been paid, you may be sure of that. Why do you ask?" "I will tell you presently, but I would wish to speak with Citizen Rateau first." Just at this moment Tournefort paid his periodical visit to the hall. The usual words, "Still nothing," were on his lips, when Gourdon curtly ordered him to go and fetch Citizen Rateau. A minute or two later Tournefort returned with the news that Rateau could nowhere be found. Chauvelin received the news without any comment. He only ordered Tournefort, somewhat roughly, back to his work. Then, as soon as the latter had gone, Gourdon turned upon his colleague. "Will you explain?" he began with a show of bluster. "With pleasure," replied Chauvelin blandly. "On my way hither, less than an hour ago, I met your man Rateau, a league or so from here." "You met Rateau?" exclaimed Gourdon impatiently. "Impossible! He was here then, I feel sure. You must have been mistaken." "I think not. I have only seen the man once, when I too went to recruit a band of ruffians at the Cabaret de la Liberté, in connection with some work I wanted doing. I did not employ him then, for he appeared to be both drink-sodden and nothing but a miserable consumptive creature, with a churchyard cough you could hear half a league away. but I would know him anywhere. Besides which he stopped and wished me good morning. Now I come to think of it," added Chauvelin thoughtfully, "he was carrying what looked like a heavy bundle under his arm." "A heavy bundle?" cried Gourdon with a forceful oath. "And you did not stop him?" "I had no reason for suspecting him. I did not know until I arrived here what the whole affair was about, or whom you were employing. All that the committee knew for certain was that you and Tournefort and a number of men had arrived at Gentilly before daybreak, and I was then instructed to follow you hither to see what mischief you were up to. You acted in complete secrecy, remember, citizen Gourdon, and without first ascertaining the wishes of the Committee of Public Safety, whose servant you are. If the Sucy diamonds are not found, you alone will be held responsible for their loss to the government of the people." Chauvelin's voice had now assumed a threatening tone, and Gourdon felt all his audacity and self-assurance fall away from him, leaving him a prey to nameless terror. "We must round up Rateau," he murmured hastily. "He cannot have gone far." "No, he cannot," rejoined Chauvelin dryly. "Though I was not specially thinking of Rateau or of diamonds when I started to come hither, I did send a general order forbidding any person on foot or horseback to enter or leave Paris by any of the southern gates. That order will serve us well now. Are you riding?" "Yes, I left my horse at the tavern just outside Gentilly. I can get to horse within 10 minutes." "To horse, then, as quickly as you can. Pay off your men and dismiss them, all but Tournefort, who had best accompany us. Do not lose a single moment. I'll be ahead of you, and may come up with Rateau before you overtake me. And if I were you, citizen Gourdon," he concluded with ominous emphasis, "I would burn 1 or 2 candles to your compeer the devil. You'll have need of his help if Rateau gives us the slip." End of Book 11, Chapter 2. Recording by Sarah Luann. Book 11, Chapter 3 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Luann. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 11, A Battle of Wits. Chapter 3. The first part of the road from Gentilly to Paris runs through the valley of the Bière, and is densely wooded on either side. It winds in and out for the most part, ribbon-like, through thick coppice of chestnut and birch. It was impossible for Chauvelin to spy his quarry from afar, nor did he expect to do so this side of the Hôpital de la Santé. Once past that point, he would find the road quite open and running almost straight, in the midst of an arid and only partially cultivated land. He rode at a sharp trot, with his caped coat wrapped tightly round his shoulders, for it was raining fast. At intervals, when he met an occasional wayfarer, he would ask questions about a tall man who had a consumptive cough, and who was carrying a cumbersome burden under his arm. Almost everyone whom he thus asked remembered seeing a personage who vaguely answered to the description. Tall and with a decided stoop, yes, and carrying a cumbersome-looking bundle under his arm. Chauvelin was, undoubtedly, on the track of the thief. Just beyond Mouvet he was overtaken by Gourdon and Tournefort. Here, too, the man Rateau's track had become more and more certain. At one place he had stopped and had a glass of wine and a rest. At another he had asked how close he was to the gates of Paris. The road was now quite open and level. The irregular buildings of the hospital appeared vague in the rain-sodden distance. 20 minutes later, Tournefort, who was riding ahead of his companions, spied a tall, stooping figure at the spot where the Chemin de Gentilly forks, and where stands a group of isolated houses and bits of garden, which belong to La Santé. Here, before the days when the glorious Revolution swept aside all such outward signs of superstition, there had stood a Calvary. It was now used as a signpost. The man stood before it, scanning the half-obliterated indications. At the moment that Tournefort first caught sight of him, he appeared uncertain of his way. Then, for a while, he watched Tournefort, who was coming at a sharp trot towards him. Finally, he seemed to make up his mind very suddenly, and, giving a last quick look round, he walked rapidly along the upper road. Tournefort drew rein and waited for his colleagues to come up with him. Then he told them what he had seen. "It's Rateau, sure enough," he said. "I saw his face quite distinctly and heard his abominable cough. He is trying to get into Paris. That road leads nowhere but to the barrier. There, of course, he will be stopped, and The other two had also brought their horses to a halt. The situation had become tense, and a plan for future action had at once to be decided on. Already Chauvelin, masterful and sure of himself, had assumed command of the little party. Now he broke in abruptly on Tournefort's vapid reflections. "We don't want him stopped at the barrier," he said in his usual curt, authoritative manner. "You, citizen Tournefort," he continued, "will ride as fast as you can to the gate, making a detour by the lower road. You will immediately demand to speak with the sergeant who is in command, and you will give him a detailed description of the man Rateau. Then you will tell him in my name that, should such a man present himself at the gate, he must be allowed to enter the city unmolested." Gourdon gave a quick cry of protest. "Let the man go unmolested? Citizen Chauvelin, think what you are doing." "I always think what I am doing," retorted Chauvelin curtly, "and I have no need of outside guidance in the process." He then turned once more to Tournefort. "You yourself, citizen," he continued in sharp decisive tones which admitted of no argument, "will dismount as soon as you are inside the city. You will keep the gate under observation. The moment you see the man Rateau, you will shadow him, and on no account lose sight of him. Understand?" "You may trust me, citizen Chauvelin," Tournefort replied, elated at the prospect of work which was so entirely congenial to him. "But will you tell me—" "I will tell you this much, citizen Tournefort," broke in Chauvelin with some acerbity, "that though we have traced the diamonds and the thief so far, we have, through your folly last night, lost complete track of the ci devant Comtesse de Sucy and of the man Bertin. We want Rateau to show us where they are." "I understand," murmured the other meekly. "That's a mercy," riposted Chauvelin dryly. "Then quickly, man, lose no time. Try to get a few minutes' advance on Rateau, then slip into the guard-room and change into less conspicuous clothes. Citizen Gourdon and I will continue on the upper road and keep the man in sight in case he should think of altering his course. In any event, we'll meet you just inside the barrier. But if, in the meanwhile, you have to get on Rateau's track before we have arrived on the scene, leave the usual indications as to the direction which you have taken." Having given his orders and satisfied himself that they were fully understood, he gave a curt command, en avant, and once more the three of them rode at a sharp trot down the road towards the city. End of Book 11, Chapter 3. Recording by Sarah Luann.
Book 11, Chapter 4 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 11, A Battle of Wits. Chapter 4. Citizen Rateau, if he thought about the matter at all, must indeed have been vastly surprised at the unwonted amiability or indifference of Sergeant Ribot, who was in command at the gate of Gentilly. Ribot only threw a very perfunctory glance at the greasy permit which Rateau presented to him, and when he put the usual query, "What's in that parcel?" and Rateau gave the reply, "2 heads of cabbage and a bunch of carrots," Ribot merely poked one of his fingers into the bundle, felt that a cabbage leaf did effectually lie on the top, and thereupon gave the formal order, "Pass on, citizen, in the name of the Republic," without any hesitation. Tournefort, who had watched the brief little incident from behind the window of a neighbouring cabaret, could not help but chuckle to himself. Never had he seen game walk more readily into a trap. Rateau, after he had passed the barrier, appeared undecided which way he would go. He looked with obvious longing toward the cabaret, behind which the keenest agent on the staff of the Committee of Public Safety was even now ensconced. But seemingly a halt within those hospitable doors did not form part of his programme, and a moment or two later he turned sharply on his heel and strode rapidly down the Rue de la Ourcine. Tournefort allowed him a fair start, and then made ready to follow. Just as he was stepping out of the cabaret, he spied Chauvelin and Gourdon coming through the gates. They, too, had apparently made a brief halt inside the guard room, where, as at most of the gates, a store of various disguises was always kept ready for the use of the numerous sleuth hounds employed by the Committee of Public Safety. Here the two men had exchanged their official garments for suits of sombre cloth, which gave them the appearance of a couple of humble bourgeois going quietly about their business. Tournefort had donned an old blouse, tattered stockings, and shoes down at heel. With his hands buried in his breeches pockets, he, too, turned into the long, narrow Rue de l'Ourcine, which, after a sharp curve, abuts on the Rue Mouffetard. Rateau was walking rapidly, taking big strides with his long legs. Tournefort, now sauntering in the gutter in the middle of the road, now darting in and out of open doorways, kept his quarry well in sight. Chauvelin and Gourdon lagged some little way behind. It was still raining, but not heavily, a thin drizzle, which penetrated almost to the marrow. Not many passers by haunted this forlorn quarter of old Paris. To right and left tall houses almost obscured the last, quickly fading light of the grey September day. At the bottom of the Rue Mouffetard, Rateau came once more to a halt. A network of narrow streets radiated from this centre. He looked all round him and also behind. It was difficult to know whether he had a sudden suspicion that he was being followed. Certain it is that after a very brief moment of hesitation, he plunged suddenly into the narrow Rue Contrescarpe and disappeared from view. Tournefort was after him in a trice. When he reached the corner of the street, he saw Rateau, at the further end of it, take a sudden sharp turn to the right, but not before he had very obviously spied his pursuer, for at that moment his entire demeanour changed. An air of furtive anxiety was expressed in his whole attitude. Even at that distance, Tournefort could see him clutching his bulky parcel close to his chest. After that the pursuit became closer and hotter. Rateau was in and out of that tight network of streets which cluster around the Place de Fourcy, intent, apparently, on throwing his pursuers off the scent, for after a while he was running round and round in a circle, now up the Rue des Poules, then to the right and to the right again, back in the Place de Fourcy, then straight across it once more to the Rue Contrescarpe, where he presently disappeared so completely from view that Tournefort thought that the earth must have swallowed him up. Tournefort was a man capable of great physical exertion. His calling often made heavy demands upon his powers of endurance, but never before had he grappled with so strenuous a task. Puffing and panting, now running at top speed, anon brought to a halt by the doubling up tactics of his quarry, his great difficulty was the fact that citizen Chauvelin did not wish the man Rateau to be apprehended, did not wish him to know that he was being pursued, and Tournefort had need of all his wits to keep well under the shadows of any projecting wall or under cover of open doorways which were conveniently in the way, and all the while not to lose sight of that consumptive giant, who seemed to be playing some intricate game which well nigh exhausted the strength of citizen Tournefort. What he could not make out was what had happened to Chauvelin and to Gourdon. They had been less than 300 metres behind him when first this wild chase in and out of the Rue Contrescarpe had begun. Now, when their presence was most needed, they seemed to have lost track both of him, Tournefort, and of the very elusive quarry. To make matters more complicated, the shades of evening were drawing in very fast, and these narrow streets of the Faubourg were very sparsely lighted. Just at this moment Tournefort had once more caught sight of Rateau, striding leisurely, this time, up the street. The worthy agent quickly took refuge under a doorway, and was mopping his streaming forehead, glad of this brief respite in the mad chase, when that awful churchyard cough suddenly sounded so close to him that he gave a great jump and well nigh betrayed his presence then and there. He had only just time to withdraw further still into the angle of the doorway when Rateau passed by. Tournefort peeped out of his hiding place, and for the space of a dozen heartbeats or so remained there quite still, watching that broad back and those long limbs slowly moving through the gathering gloom. The next instant he perceived Chauvelin standing at the end of the street. Rateau saw him too, came face to face with him, in fact, and must have known who he was, for, without an instant's hesitation, and just like a hunted creature at bay, he turned sharply on his heel, and then ran back down the street as hard as he could tear. He passed close to within half a metre of Tournefort, and as he flew past, he hit out with his left fist so vigorously that the worthy agent of the Committee of Public Safety caught on the nose by the blow, staggered, and measured his length upon the flagged floor below. The next moment Chauvelin had come by. Tournefort, struggling to his feet, called to him, panting: "Did you see him? Which way did he go?" "Up the Rue Bordet. After him, citizen," replied Chauvelin grimly, between his teeth. Together the two men continued the chase, guided through the intricate mazes of the streets by their fleeing quarry. They had Rateau well in sight, and the latter could no longer continue his former tactics with success now that two experienced sleuthhounds were on his track. At a given moment he was caught between the two of them. Tournefort was advancing cautiously up the Rue Bordet. Chauvelin, equally stealthily, was coming down the same street, and Rateau, once more walking quite leisurely, was at an equal distance between the two. End of Book 11, Chapter 4. Book 11, Chapter 5 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 11, A Battle of Wits. Chapter 5. There are no side turnings out of the Rue Bordet, the total length of which is less than 50 meters. So Tournefort, feeling more at his ease, ensconced himself at one end of the street, behind a doorway, whilst Chauvelin did the same at the other. Rateau, standing in the gutter, appeared once more in a state of hesitation. Immediately in front of him the door of a small cabaret stood invitingly open. Its signboard, "Les Bons Copains," promised rest and refreshment. He peered up and down the road, satisfied himself presumably that, for the moment, his pursuers were out of sight, hugged his parcel to his chest, and then suddenly made a dart for the cabaret and disappeared within its doors. Nothing could have been better. The quarry, for the moment, was safe, and if the sleuthhounds could not get refreshment, they could at least get a rest. Tournefort and Chauvelin crept out of their hiding places. They met in the middle of the road, at the spot where Rateau had stood a while ago. It was then growing dark, and the street was innocent of lanterns, but the lights inside the cabaret gave a full view of the interior. The lower half of the wide shop window was curtained off, but above the curtains the heads of the customers of Les Bons Copains and the general comings and goings could very clearly be seen. Tournefort, never at a loss, had already climbed upon a low projection in the wall of one of the houses opposite. From this point of vantage he could more easily observe what went on inside the cabaret, and in short jerky sentences he gave a description of what he saw to his chief. "Rateau is sitting down. He has his back to the window. He has put his bundle down close beside him on the bench. He can't speak for a minute, for he is coughing and sputtering like an old walrus. A wench is bringing him a bottle of wine and a hunk of bread and cheese. He has started talking, is talking volubly. The people are laughing. Some are applauding. And here comes Jean Victor, the landlord. You know him, citizen. A big hulking fellow, and as good a patriot as I ever wish to see. He, too, is laughing and talking to Rateau, who is doubled up with another fit of coughing." Chauvelin uttered an exclamation of impatience. "Enough of this, citizen Tournefort. Keep your eye on the man, and hold your tongue. I am spent with fatigue." "No wonder," murmured Tournefort. Then he added insinuatingly: "Why not let me go in there and apprehend Rateau now? We should have the diamonds and—" "And lose the ci devant Comtesse de Sucy and the man Bertin?" retorted Chauvelin with sudden fierceness. "Bertin, who can be none other than that cursed Englishman, the—" He checked himself, seeing Tournefort was gazing down on him, with awe and bewilderment expressed in his lean, hatchet face. "You are losing sight of Rateau, citizen," Chauvelin continued calmly. "What is he doing now?" But Tournefort felt that his calmness was only on the surface. Something strange had stirred the depths of his chief's keen, masterful mind. He would have liked to ask a question or two, but knew from experience that it was neither wise nor profitable to try and probe citizen Chauvelin's thoughts. So after a moment or two he turned back obediently to his task. "I can't see Rateau for the moment," he said, "but there is much talking and merriment in there. Ah, there he is, I think. Yes, I see him. He is behind the counter, talking to Jean Victor, and he has just thrown some money down on the counter. Gold, too. Name of a dog!" Then suddenly, without any warning, Tournefort jumped down from his post of observation. Chauvelin uttered a brief: "What the are you doing, citizen?" "Rateau is going," replied Tournefort excitedly. "He drank a mug of wine at a draught and has picked up his bundle, ready to go." Once more cowering in the dark angle of a doorway, the two men waited, their nerves on edge, for the reappearance of their quarry. "I wished citizen Gourdon was here," whispered Tournefort. "In the darkness it is better to be three than two." "I sent him back to the station in the Rue Mouffetard," was Chauvelin's curt reply, "there to give notice that I might require a few armed men presently. But he should be somewhere about here by now, looking for us. Anyway, I have my whistle, and if—" He said no more, for at that moment the door of the cabaret was opened from within, and Rateau stepped out into the street to the accompaniment of loud laughter and clapping of hands which came from the customers of the "Bon Copain." This time he appeared neither in a hurry nor yet anxious. He did not pause in order to glance to right or left, but started to walk quite leisurely up the street. The two sleuth hounds quietly followed him. Through the darkness they could only vaguely see his silhouette, with the great bundle under his arm. Whatever may have been Rateau's fears of being shadowed a while ago, he certainly seemed free of them now. He sauntered along, whistling a tune, down the Montagne Sainte Geneviève to the Place Maubert, and thence straight towards the river. Having reached the bank, he turned off to his left, sauntered past the École de Médecine, and went across to the Petit Pont, and then through the New Market, along the Quai des Hauts Fauves. There he made a halt, and for a while looked over the embankment at the river, and then round about him, as if in search of something. But presently he appeared to make up his mind, and continued his leisurely walk as far as the Pont Neuf, where he turned sharply off to his right, still whistling, Tournefort and Chauvelin hard upon his heels. "That whistling is getting on my nerves," muttered Tournefort irritably, "and I haven't heard the ruffian's churchyard cough since he walked out of the Bon Copain." Strangely enough, it was this remark of Tournefort's which gave Chauvelin the first inkling of something strange, and, to him, positively awesome. Tournefort, who walked close behind him, heard him suddenly mutter a fierce exclamation: "Name of a dog!" "What is it, citizen?" queried Tournefort, awed by this sudden outburst on the part of a man whose icy calmness had become proverbial throughout the Committee. "Sound the alarm, citizen!" cried Chauvelin in response, "or, by Satan, he'll escape us again." "But," stammered Tournefort in utter bewilderment, while, with fingers that trembled somewhat, he fumbled for his whistle. "We shall want all the help we can," retorted Chauvelin roughly, "for, unless I am much mistaken, there's more noble quarry here than even I could dare to hope." Rateau, in the meanwhile, had quietly lolled up to the parapet on the right hand side of the bridge, and Tournefort, who was watching him with intense keenness, still marvelled why citizen Chauvelin had suddenly become so strangely excited. Rateau was merely lolling against the parapet, like a man who has not a care in the world. He had placed his bundle on the stone ledge beside him. Here he waited a moment or two, until one of the small craft upon the river loomed out of the darkness immediately below the bridge. Then he picked up the bundle and threw it straight into the boat. At that same moment, Tournefort had the whistle to his lips. A shrill, sharp sound rang out through the gloom. "The boat, citizen Tournefort, the boat!" cried Chauvelin. "There are plenty of us here to deal with the man." Immediately, from the quays, the streets, the bridges, dark figures emerged out of the darkness and hurried to the spot. Some reached the bridge head even as Rateau made a dart forward, and two men were upon him before he succeeded in running very far. Others had scrambled down the embankment and were shouting to some unseen boatman to halt. in the name of the people." But Rateau gave in without a struggle. He appeared more dazed than frightened, and quietly allowed the agents of the Committee to lead him back to the bridge, where Chauvelin had paused, waiting for him. End of Book 11, Chapter 5. Book 11, Chapter 6 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 11, A Battle of Wits. Chapter 6. A minute or two later, Tournefort was once more beside his chief. He was carrying the precious bundle which, he explained, the boatman had given up without question. The man knew nothing about it, the agent said. No one, he says, could have been more surprised than he was when this bundle was suddenly flung at him over the parapet of the bridge. Just then the small group, composed of 2 or 3 agents of the Committee, holding their prisoner by the arms, came into view. One man was walking ahead, and was the first to approach Chauvelin. He had a small screw of paper in his hand, which he gave to his chief. "Found inside the lining of the prisoner's hat, citizen," he reported curtly, and opened the shutter of a small, dark lantern which he wore at his belt. Chauvelin took the paper from his subordinate. A weird, unexplainable foreknowledge of what was to come caused his hand to shake, and beads of perspiration to moisten his forehead. He looked up and saw the prisoner standing before him. Crushing the paper in his hand, he snatched the lantern from the agent's belt and flashed it in the face of the quarry, who, at the last, had been so easily captured. Immediately a hoarse cry of disappointment and of rage escaped his throat. "Who is this man?" he cried. One of the agents gave reply. "It is old Victor, the landlord of the Bon Copain. He was just a fool who has been playing a practical joke." Tournefort, too, at the sight of the prisoner, had uttered a cry of dismay and of astonishment. "Victor!" he exclaimed. "Name of a dog, citizen, what are you doing here?" But Chauvelin had gripped the man by the arm so fiercely that the latter swore with the pain. "What is the meaning of this?" he queried roughly. "Only a bet, citizen," retorted Victor reproachfully. "No reason to fall on an honest patriot for a bet, just as if he were a mad dog." "A joke! A bet!" murmured Chauvelin hoarsely, for his throat now felt hot and parched. "What do you mean? Who are you, man? Speak, or I'll—" "My name is Jean Victor," replied the other. "I am the landlord of the Bon Copain. An hour ago a man came into my cabaret. He was a queer, consumptive creature, with a churchyard cough that made you shiver. Some of my customers knew him by sight, told me that the man's name was Rateau, and that he was an habitue of the Liberté and the Rue Christine. Well, he soon fell into conversation, first with me, then some of my customers, talked all sorts of silly nonsense, made absurd bets with everybody. Some of these he won, and others he lost. But I must say that when he lost, he always paid up most liberally. Then we all got excited, and soon bets flew all over the place. I don't rightly know how it happened at the last, but all at once he bet me that I would not dare to walk out then and there, in the dark, as far as Pont Neuf, wearing his blouse and hat, and carrying a bundle the same as his under my arm. I not dare? I, Jean Victor, who was a fine fighter in my day? I bet him a gold piece that I would, and he said that he would make it 5 if I came back without my bundle, having thrown it over the parapet into any passing boat. Well, citizen," continued Jean Victor with a laugh, "I ask you, what would you have done? 5 gold pieces means a fortune these hard times, and I tell you the man was quite honest, and always paid liberally when he lost. He slipped behind the counter and took off his blouse and hat, which I put on. Then we made up a bundle with some cabbage heads and a few carrots, and out I came. I didn't think there would be anything wrong in the whole affair, just the tomfoolery of a man who has got the betting mania, and in whose pocket money is just burning a hole. And I have won my bet," concluded Jean Victor, still unabashed, "and I want to go back and get my money. If you don't believe me, come with me to my cabaret. You will find the citizen Rateau there for sure, and I know that I shall find my 5 gold pieces." Chauvelin had listened to the man as he would to some weird dream story, wherein ghouls and devils had played a part. Tournefort, who was watching him, was awed by the look of fierce rage and grim hopelessness which shone from his chief's pale eyes. The other agents laughed. They were highly amused at the tale, but they would not let the prisoner go. "If Jean Victor's story is true, citizen," the sergeant said, speaking to Chauvelin, "there will be witnesses to it over at Le Bon Copain. Shall we take the prisoner straight away there and await further orders?" Chauvelin gave a curt acquiescence, nodding his head like some insentient wooden automaton. The screw of paper was still in his hand; it seemed to sear his palm. Tournefort even now broke into a grim laugh. He had just undone the bundle which Jean Victor had thrown over the parapet of the bridge. It contained 2 heads of cabbage and a bunch of carrots. Then he ordered the agents to march on with their prisoner, and they, laughing and joking with Jean Victor, gave a quick turn, and soon their heavy footsteps were echoing down the flagstones of the bridge. Chauvelin waited, motionless and silent, the dark lantern still held in his shaking hand, until he was quite sure that he was alone. Then only did he unfold the screw of paper. It contained a few lines, scribbled in pencil, just that foolish rhyme to which his fevered nerves was like a strong irritant, a poison which gave him an unendurable sensation of humiliation and impotence. "We seek him here, we seek him there, Chauvelin seeks him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in hell? That dimmed, elusive Pimpernel." He crushed the paper in his hand, and with a loud groan of misery, fled over the bridge like one possessed. End of Book 11, Chapter 6. Book 11, Chapter 7 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 11, A Battle of Wits. Chapter 7. Madame la Comtesse de Sucy never went to England. She was one of those Frenchwomen who would sooner endure misery in her own beloved country than comfort anywhere else. She outlived the horrors of the Revolution, and speaks in her memoirs of the man Bertin. She never knew who he was, nor whence he came. All that she knew was that he came to her like some mysterious agent of God, bringing help, counsel, a semblance of happiness, and at the moment when she was at the end of all her resources, and saw grim starvation staring her and her children in the face, he appointed all sorts of strange places in out of the way Paris, where she was wont to meet him. And one night she confided to him the history of her diamonds, and hardly dared to trust his promise that he would get them for her. Less than 24 hours later he brought them to her, at the poor lodgings in the Rue Blanche, which she occupied with her children under an assumed name. That same night she begged him to dispose of them. This also he did, bringing her the money the next day. She never saw him again after that. But citizen Tournefort never quite got over his disappointment of that night. Had he dared, he would have blamed citizen Chauvelin for the discomfiture. It would have been better to have apprehended the man Rateau while there was still a chance of doing so with success. As it was, the impudent ruffian slipped clean away, and was never heard of again, either at the Bon Copain or at the Liberté. The customers at the cabaret certainly corroborated the story of Jean Victor. The man Rateau, they said, had been honest to the last. When time went on and Jean Victor did not return, he said that he could no longer wait, had work to do for the government over the other side of the water, and was afraid that he would get punished if he dallied. But before leaving he laid the 5 gold pieces on the table. Every one wondered that so humble a workman had so much money in his pocket, and was withal so lavish with it. But these were not the times when one inquired too closely into the presence of money in the pocket of a good patriot. And citizen Rateau was a good patriot, for sure, and a good fellow to boot. They all drank his health in Jean Victor's sour wine, then each went his way. End of chapter 7. End of book 11, A Battle of Wits. And end of the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy.